Hello and welcome. After a week off, we are getting ready to go back. Hope everybody had a great 250th anniversary of the United States on the 4th of July. We took that day off, but we are back as of today with live talk radio shows. Hope everybody had a great time, saw some awesome fireworks. And is doing great today. Welcome in, everyone, everywhere. Getting everything set up right now so that we can get our shows and all that together. I will get censorship up with his pre-show here in just a few minutes. Getting everything together, still connecting up some folks yet. Still trying to get my Facebook up and rolling. See how that's working out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Let me get the guys up. Barry and John. And I will connect them up right now. Hey, how's it going? Where's our John at? There we go. Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hola.
How you feeling, David?
I'm hanging in there.
All right.
Well, we got a full house.
For now.
I don't know. I'm feeling a little flush.
Oh, David Hogg.
Yeah. Bad poking humor.
Yeah, just sit back and relax.
Yeah.
Take a thimble of water if you really need it.
Oh, dude. That's like overdoing it.
Oh, boy.
Did you guys have a great 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Awesome.
It was very fourthy.
Damn, I'm so used to holding my phone, I forgot I don't need to.
Yep.
Did you get Michael the Midget to hold your phone for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's doing
All
that
right.
for me.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He just sits here on my lap.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Kind
your
of
lap
hot and
dog?
sweaty, but it's,
Yeah.
Lap dog. Hey, it's Luffy Red and Cecilia Adams in the kick chat. All right. Thanks, Cecilia. I'm late to the draw. Appreciate you giving the shouts for me.
Oh, Cecilia. Oh, boy.
We've missed you.
We love us some Cecilia.
Yep. If Barry's mic was working right now, he'd be doing his Cecilia.
He'd be whistling his lips off.
Yeah. Yep.
And Adam Bombs. Always good to see you, my man.
Anytime. But you keep that woman away from us. She's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got a retraining order.
Yeah, retraining.
Oh, you got to retrain them every now and then.
Yep. You got to order it.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, this is an exciting pre-show, isn't it?
Yeah, sure
Oh,
is.
yeah,
you
you
know,
can tell.
Thrill a minute.
you would
Thrill a
think
minute.
you would think after a week off we'd have all this energy, you know.
No. We got a taste of the good life.
Yeah, and then now what? You know.
Yep. Do I gotta?
Oh, this Saturday I will be on Coffee
Glenn
Talk
Beck Show.
with what's her name? With Sandra. Coffee Talk with Sandra. Yeah, this week
Okay.
on Saturday night.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Send us the link.
What's
Yeah.
the
And she wants you guys to come on over there too. It's going to be on Tilt Network mostly, but she does have a Rumble. If you follow the Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Oh, let's see
I like
here.
the guitar, man. Looks good.
I'm sorry. Who you talking to?
Oh man, Noel. I guess it's you. I thought
Yeah.
it was. It's. I thought it was John because usually he's on the left, but that's
Okay.
probably he comes in first, and you came in first or second today. So, yeah, it's cool though. Nonetheless, I like it.
All right.
Which generator did you use?
You know, the original image, I don't even remember, it's been so long, but just recently I used Grok to put a VR helmet on the guitar playing guy in the dolphin costume.
Okay, so yeah, Grok will edit an image for you, basically, kind of like ChatGPT.
Yeah, I just said put a VR helmet on it, and it did. You didn't have to explain what the hell it was. It figured it out.
Oh,
So,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was an album image or a song image for, I was making fun of the guys in their little inflatable costumes at the ice facility,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what it rendered.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I finally watched that civil rights lawyer guy interviewing all the people from the Legos thing, showing all
Right.
the clips. Like I probably watched 3.5 hours of it, man. I could not believe.
Yep, part 3 just dropped.
Yeah, it apparently it's like some sort of a Mormon conspiracy in Utah. I did not know.
I would not be surprised.
And then the one Mormon guy from a different area comes over to try to ask him questions, and he was like, "Well, if we don't resolve it, I'll talk to my bishop." And then the cop who was a Mormon's like, "Well, that's a different Mormon church in a different area." It was
Right.
just wild, man. I was like, "This is wild." And then they accused him of drinking, and he, probably's never drank or had alcohol. Same thing with the other guy that they pulled over. They
Right.
harassed him for like an hour, and accused him of being on drugs because his eyes were doing something, which the other
Yeah.
cop wouldn't say that.
Yep.
And just harassing the poor people, basically to scare them,
Yeah,
And just to,
American Fork, they play differently according to their own words.
that's exactly what he said. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean exactly?
And he was like, "I'll do whatever test you want. I never even
Yeah.
touched drugs. I haven't even drank alcohol before." I mean, the
Yep.
kid's, 18 or 19?
Yeah. Yep. It's
So
been crazy.
They gave him a breathalyzer and made him do a bunch of other tests. He said, "I'll take whatever test you want, man. I just want
Right.
to cooperate, but I haven't touched any." Well, I know. I'm a cop. I can see that you're on drugs. And he kept saying to that Mormon, "Yeah, I smell alcohol on you."
Yep.
I was like, these people, man, they're real jerks, dude. I hope to God
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets completely and never gets to be an officer anywhere ever because that guy he's a schmuck, dude. Big time.
Yep.
And that lawyer, I've seen many of his videos before. I mean, he does a lot of great work, and he's supposedly got a really good lawyer on the case for him.
Okay.
Like one of the best. So apparently, and that was one of the things they were trying to actually bring, a subpoena to the guy. Legally and lawfully deliver a subpoena.
Yeah. And the cop walked it to him and didn't serve it to him. All the cop had to do was drop it in front of him and say, "You've been served." But nope, that didn't happen. They discussed ways to get Ben arrested.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's like, "Can I read it?" Right? Can I read it?
Yeah.
Is there any way I can just read it? And it's like, no, that's kind of serving you. If you read it, you've pretty much been served at that point, right?
Yep. And he even, verified that it was real. So yeah, it's nuts.
I mean, yeah, it was. It's a crazy story. I don't know, man. We can do the whole second hour on that if you want, Barry.
It's like the more you watched it, the more angry you got. You're like, this can't be real. These cops can't be that bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And if it's that bad in
judges,
American
too.
court, imagine how bad it is other places.
According, apparently in part 3, which is on his Patreon, I don't know if it dropped on YouTube yet.
Not yet.
But apparently the judges are just going with it. They're rolling right along, no problem with any of it,
Right.
The DA,
he asked the DA.
Yeah, he asked the DA if you watch the tape of him in the office, like the whole beginning to end unedited clip that they gave him of him actually in the office, and he's like, "No, I don't need to watch that."
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Well,
are they pressing charges on any of these kids, or is it just Are they just harassing them at this point?
Oh, they're pressing
they had,
charges. Like I said, the
they
judges
had a
are moving
retraining
forward
order on
with it,
Ben.
too.
He had a gag order. They were trying to take down his videos, and he couldn't post about them. He couldn't mention them.
Oh, I did see that where he said, "I can't."
Yeah, and that's before he had his day in court. So the judge, just based on what Bricks and Minifigs, had told them, they're like, "Okay, no problem." Yep.
That whole gag order thing that they keep doing, man, and is lawfare. Because it's never being done in a way that's legal and lawful.
Yeah, well, that's what they said they were going to do to him in the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's going to go real bad for him in the end. It's going to probably be hell in the process of it all. But in the end, man, there's too many people that have seen it. I was just thinking about, what can I do? Like I think they should put up a number where we can call or write a letter to the police department and complain. Because, I mean, it's unacceptable. That behavior was completely unacceptable.
Yep.
And I remember the guy saying this was his first encounter, not Ben, but the other scrawny guy with the police, and he was terrified. And now he has this totally different opinion of police who are supposed to be there to protect and serve.
Right.
I'd gone. Sorry about that.
All right.
It's these little towns, I mean, you get to certain places and you're just on your own, right? Like, if you're from out of town and you're rolling through some Kentucky, Oklahoma, you know what I mean? There's just places out there where they've got you by the balls.
Yeah, they're going to murder you so they have a better corn harvest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wouldn't know
depending on where
anything
you're
about
going
that
through.
here in the
You become fertilized.
in the different counties of Texas at all.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you go from you go from Taylor to Tarrant to Bell to wherever,
Yeah, you're lucky you don't get sacrificed for the corn harvest.
Yeah.
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 But we are back tonight.
Yes, we are. And I'm coming through good?
Yes.
Okay. Good to hear it.
Oh yeah. Cecilia doing shouts and all sorts of other crazy stuff in the Kick Chat. Appreciate you being in there tonight. And welcome back, everybody out there. Oh, yeah. I am fired up.
Oh, yeah.
Too much coffee for Mark. Yeah.
Not enough. Not enough.
It's a long night for you.
Is it?
Oh, it is.
Yep.
But it's going to be good.
Yep.
Now, I did move my mic around, and we were off. So how's my sound?
Sounds fine.
Okay,
Fine.
good. It looks good here.
Fine. La 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 la.
Looks can be deceiving, though.
Oh. Oh man, it was hot today, and all of a sudden now the wind's starting to kick up. It feels great.
Hot. You don't know hot. David, tell them all about hot.
You ever been to
Oh, it
hell?
was like 85.
Imagine
man.
hell with a busted
It was
thermostat.
85
I
today,
mean,
dude.
when your balls...
We hit 100 today, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
For what?
Yeah.
The last week and a half?
It's like 97, but I think we're actually at 100 now.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, a little warmer for you.
Figuring in the heat index. Okay, come on now.
Oh yeah. I don't play that game. It's like, what does the thermometer say? I hate it. Well, it feels like. It's like, man,
Yeah.
I'm a man of science. What does the thermometer say?
It feels like when I opened the door, like I opened the
Yeah.
oven door when it was 450 degrees inside of it. Making that pizza.
Yeah,
all right?
wind chill factor is the same thing.
Yeah. I do like, though, when you leave whatever establishment you're at, how your glasses instantly fog up the moment you set up foot outside. And you can't see. So you're blind and miserable.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's in the ski industry, it's really common as anti-fog cloth. Right,
Mhm.
those things work like a champ for that. It gets rid of it like for good.
You know?
Well, for a few months,
do you know what
Right.
else
Really
works good
clean
with
them up.
that too?
you know.
Shaving cream.
Hmm. Hmm.
You take shaving cream,
It could.
put it on your glasses or on the mirror. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And wipe it off
Interesting.
with a little bit of water. It won't fog up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
just use the blood of a virgin.
Blood of a virgin.
Yes.
Yeah, that works
but that
pretty
only
good, too.
that only works on solstices.
Oh, well, that's
Okay.
when you bottle it, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you have to have the girls outside dancing naked in the moonlight.
Well, yeah, that's just assumed. Come on.
Come on.
And if
I mean,
it doesn't
you do
work,
the
then
ritual.
she was a whore.
Yeah, the blood was impure and she wasn't really a
Well,
virgin.
if you make it to the
Yeah.
orgy at the end of the night, you're good to go.
Yeah, but make sure you get the blood before the orgy.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the experience has taught me the women that are willing to show up for the orgy usually aren't virgins to start with.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
what life lesson there.
Yep.
Have you guys noticed how things are getting crazier?
No.
You mean the Strait of Hormuz is closed again?
It's open.
No, it's closed.
I just need people in
Ranch dressing.
Yep, ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing.
World Cup.
They got caught trying to smuggle it, man. Had to shut it down.
Yeah, yep.
You know,
They got to take the powdered stuff. They always buy it in liquid form and then try to get it on their carry-on.
not the same
Yeah.
though. The powder's just
Yep.
never the same.
Yep. 9/11 was basically orchestrated so people wouldn't take ranch dressing out of the country.
Yep.
Yeah.
They had that
Yep.
Operation Looking Glass, and they could see it in the
Yep.
future.
I
Yep.
So
I
they had-
always
I got to make Alex Jones say that, man.
I always wondered how much opium came out of the Straits of Hormuz in oil tankers filled completely to the brim.
Yeah.
Because it comes from over there,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm sure the CIA and those other alphabet agencies are looking for other means of getting income
Right.
for their black budgets.
Well, that strike that Trump just did was retaliatory. It was based on the lunacy of Iran breaking their peace agreement. They launched some strikes on some commercial vessels. So
Yep.
it's not like
Yeah.
the woke right keeps saying, we're back to war. No, that was just a retaliatory strike because they did drone and missile attacks on like ships that were from Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Yep. It's because they don't really have control anymore. So we have all these weird factions just going off. But you know what? They got to get their people in order.
And it would be cool if they said, I really think that was disproportionate, him bombing, Iran over that or whatever. I'm not saying I agree with that analysis, but they always got the woke right, always got to go to the extreme. It's the end of the world. He's betrayed his base. World War III is coming. Civil War is coming. The economy is about to collapse. None of that. Gas
That's
prices
getting stale.
I'm so tired of the woke right, man. It is so obnoxious.
Then quit watching Owen Schroyer.
Yeah. And
I don't
Tucker
know
Carlson.
something happened to him, dude, if you haven't noticed. And he's got this
I
weird...
saw a picture of him recently. Is that what he looks like?
Yes.
Night and day.
He looks like Kathy Griffith.
It happened
Or Macaulay
overnight.
Culkin or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, man, but it's like it's a woke right mind virus, and once you go into it, it begins to affect you in all kinds of weird ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Apparently, somebody from InfoWars, Darren McBreen, I think is his name. He said, "Oh, Owen is doing a role in a new movie, and that's why his hair looks like that." Whatever.
Okay.
I mean, but still, he looks like he looks pale. He looks
Yep.
lifeless.
It's not what it looks like. It's about stuff that you come out of his mouth lately.
It's
I
all.
think he stopped taking his male vitality.
Exactly. As soon as he left InfoWars, he had to pay full price for his supplements. And he's like, screw that.
Uh-huh.
I'll just stop taking them.
And then he's got that
Yep.
porno mustache thing going, which isn't working well. I'm just waiting for him to put on the what do you call it?
Maybe that's the movie he's supposed to be doing.
I mean, maybe he's getting Boogie Nights too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting for him to put on those Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. That would like top it off. The mustache, the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. The big, the ones I'm talking about that people.
Yeah.
Harrison Smith has them.
Yeah.
But
We're just going to watch the video.
And his bozo hairdo, which I don't know what's going on, man. It's like things are just so crazy. That's what I meant by the crazy. You just sit there and you listen to people. And I heard Alex Jones today. I was watching the show. He had Nick Fuentes on. And he was telling Nick, he goes, "Yeah, you and I are right about 98% of the time." I'm like, okay, first of all, Nick, I can believe he's wrong 98% of the time.
Yeah.
And Alex is sometimes right, but 98% of the time, that's almost like perfection, dude. It's like people are saying and doing the craziest
All
thing.
the frogs are gay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Of
right
course,
about
if you throw enough random stuff out there, something's going to hit eventually.
Yeah.
What is it, a blind
I
pig
fell
finds a
asleep on my
couple?
front lawn the other day, and a frog came up and started humping my leg while I was asleep.
No.
Mm-hmm. And I had
Yeah.
it tested for atrazine
That
or
never
whatever it
used
is.
to happen.
Yeah.
That never
Yeah.
used to happen.
Yep.
And then
That frog demanded you use its pronouns.
and then it bits you, and you can no longer eat frog legs. It's true, man. I promise.
Yeah.
It's a genetically modified frog.
Yep. That's like the alpha-gal syndrome, but
I
aquatic.
mean, not to change the subject in a really dark way, but I'm kind of pissed off because I was told I can't talk about this topic to people. People literally told me not to talk about it. And
Let's talk about it.
And my
Yeah.
best friend's son, who just had his 1-year birthday, 1-year-old birthday, he wanted me to come and celebrate and stuff. I couldn't. I already had something that was going on, but he told me that his son has alpha-gal syndrome. He got bit by that tick in Branson, Missouri.
No shit.
And
At one?
yeah, and so
Wow.
can't eat any meat whatsoever, and it could kill him obviously if he, if he ate some meat or something that had some sort of meat byproduct in it or something. So they have to be very careful. The CDC won't even test up until they're age 2. So he had to go to a doctor
Right.
and do all these other tests that sort of just eliminated it, and made it that was the obvious thing. So they're having to be super duper careful. He did a whole bunch of research. He told me, you know, I'm not just saying this because, you know, you're always saying this kind of stuff, but I did my research. He spent hours researching it because it's his son. And he said it's not natural.
Right.
And then I brought up the one topic about the guy from the globalist from the TED Talk that he was talking about how, oh, yeah, we can do something similar to like this tick does. And he said, yeah, I saw that video too. He goes, my wife, who basically thinks I'm kind of out there, she goes, she wants to sit down and talk with you now because everything you're saying is coming true. And I said, yeah, anytime, man.
Well,
you know,
let's get them on the show, man. Get them, one or two of them on the show, man.
I would. I can bring him on for, you know, whatever, 20 minutes or something to talk about it. But it's well, here's the deal. He said it's up.
Yeah.
And I trust his what he's saying because he said it's up 10,000% from what it was. And when I checked, there was 400,000 people that have this alpha-gal syndrome. I know 2 people that have it now. He says he knows 3 people that have it. 2 within his church have it. So this is a serious thing that I think it's genetically engineered somehow. And it's one of the way to keep us from eating the meat.
Hey, Brent, how's it going?
Greetings, guys.
He saved us. He saved us from Barry.
Oh my God!
Barry was going to attack us with
we missed you last month.
Yeah, I know. Barry saved you from me last month. I apologize. I shared it. I was a medical thing. Not going to really go into it, but in any case, I lost track that day. So.
All right.
Apologies.
Are you okay now?
I'm dandy. Just
awesome.
I'm in fighting form.
Okay.
I'm good.
Now that you're here,
we have to switch rooms here in just a minute. Yeah.
Now that you're here, we're gonna switch rooms.
Okay, and then it just rings back, right?
Yeah, it should ring right back.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Give me a minute.
Should I hang up now?
All right, I'm gonna hang up right now, and I'm gonna bring us all right back.
Flat Earth.
All right. Ranch dressing, folks. And this one, and we'll bring it back, and we'll get it all going right once again with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. That was the pre-show, by the way. We are getting the regular show going. John, Barry, Brent. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Let's get this back up.
And there we go. We got a full house.
All right. Outstanding.
All right.
Bye.
I don't like all the quiet though. It's too quiet. We can't have silence.
Can't have silence.
It's talk radio, man. Come on, get it going. Where's I think your video's not come in yet, Brent.
Yeah,
okay, maybe
something happened to your video, Brent.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me at least?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
Yeah, my camera keeps shutting off.
Oh.
So I click on it to turn it on, and it turns itself back off. This is new.
Well, what we'll do is we'll just reconnect on the break. Okay, just don't mess with it anymore. Okay, and then we'll get your video back up on the break. All right.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it's strange.
Oh,
I just clicked it again, and it immediately clicked off.
Yeah,
And it was working a second ago.
What can we get for something from Microsoft and free? But anyways,
Right there. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
you might say Mark's a little tight.
That's
well,
funny.
we got about 30 seconds or less.
Hey
All
guys,
right.
Joe, I'll be listening in, man. So knock it out of the
Okay.
park
Here,
as usual.
Look out,
If
cats,
you
dogs, and
wanna
kids.
jump
Here
in for
comes
some of
your
this-
countdown. 5,
Don't be shy, Barry.
4,
Okay.
3, 2, 1, and we are live and on the radio side after this nice week break right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for what is it today, July 8th, 2026. And tonight we've got with us Brent Hamachek in the house. Brent, how are you doing? Esteemed author, Brent, how are you?
Yes, I'm quite esteemed, but not steaming. I'm good. It's good to be here. Sorry I missed last month, but nice to be back. Nice that you're forgiving. So that's appreciated. And here we are. Few things have gone on in the interim, I suppose, and never know what you'll want to talk about, but I'll try to pretend to be literate and try to find something to say.
Well, I was going to bring up, I think I was hard pressed for issues last month. And so I thought it might be interesting to dive through some of our favorite authors and why. And we'll do that at another time. Tonight, we've got a month to catch up on, and a lot of things have happened. First, I guess Independence Day was pretty special. I had a wonderful time. And one of the best parts of it, Brent, was watching all these Europeans and just people from all over the world and going and seeing American 4th of July firsthand and just being blown away by the fireworks, by just every aspect of it, the generosity. It was really special to have our 250th anniversary simultaneously with the World Cup and all eyes of the world on us.
Yeah, I mean, and that it's my nature always when there's something going on and people may have sort of a uniform excited view of it. Oh boy, dogs barking. Mm-hmm. I think somebody's coming home. The perils are working from home, but bear with me, audience. So I'll always point out sort of the other way to look at things and being careful of how you look at it. Not here. There's nothing at all to talk about in this regard that's in any way not positive, or there's nothing to warn about. There's no devil's advocate position to take. Devil, by the way, not needing an advocate. He does quite well on his own. Point being, you're right. Very, very good that it coincided with what was going on in America in that moment. There's nothing but positives for that. And what you hope is that, and I'm not on social media, but I got friends that do. I'm like Tim McGraw. And what you hope is that when people go back to points other than the United States, when they go home, and then the people who never left home, but who have been watching all the vignettes on social media, you do hope that within every nation's body politic, it creates some better perception of the United States. And then the practical matter is, how does that translate, if at all, to how their national governments deal with us? And the answer to that, I think, is it won't unless the citizens in those countries demand it. And how would they do that? Well, they would demand it by who they voted for over time and what their candidate's attitude was towards the United States. So hopefully, I guess, to sum it all up, the hope of something from this positive experience actually doing something going forward is it could lead people in other countries over time to look more favorably at the United States and to be less likely to elect leaders that hate us and more likely to elect leaders that like us. That would be the hope of something tangible going forward.
Wow. And I was going to stay on this point for a little bit because I like talking about it, but you just segued so beautifully into the NATO meeting that took place in Ankara, Turkey today. Did you happen to catch much of Trump's speech with regards to Iran?
No, I've had a very busy day. I've not caught any of his speech. I'm familiar with the goings on.
Okay, well then,
if you want to share anything,
the bombs are going again. Basically, the bombs are going again.
Right.
Yeah, he sat in a room with all these leaders from NATO and just said, "Look, it's over. I trust some of these guys. I don't trust those guys." He's putting it to the test immediately. in other words, I guess is what I'm saying with respect to your hoping that this, turns into some sort of a benefit to us on the global stage. Well, he tested that. I mean, the games aren't even over, and he's putting it right up the center field into the end zone, or trying to at least, right?
Yeah, and from the morning, I am aware of news updates throughout the day on the military activity in Iran, and with with the time difference, I guess I did see this morning the talk where he called them scum, I believe, which is interesting choice of language.
Among other things, sure.
Yeah. So, sometimes I just sort of shake my head, but look, this is really, really serious stuff because now we're right back in a position with this Iran thing where now there is literally no end in sight to it, none whatsoever. And, the effects of that here at home, they haven't been good. They're clearly not going to get better soon now. And that affects our body politic and what their attitudes might be come November. And there's still a lot of game to be played between now and November. So we'll see, right? It's too soon to make a prediction of what this actually will do, because look at what's changed in the last 48 hours, right? So, you certainly don't want to be calling the game 4 months out. But it's serious stuff. And now you're left to wonder just exactly what is the road to any sort of real, true, peaceful settlement to this. And with regard to the NATO piece, we'll see if they really want to join in on the conflict or not. Because the last point I'll make, and I'll stop and let you ask a question or say something, but one of the things that runs in the background here with regard to Europe is just how dependent upon China Europe is. And while China's kept a relatively low profile through all this, Iran is their ally. And I would guess, without any knowledge, that there's been a host of conversations that have happened in rooms we don't have access to. And some of Europe's reluctance to join in and help might very well have something to do with what the folks from China might be saying to them in those rooms that we don't have access to. I don't know that, but it's reasonable to speculate about it.
Yeah, it's a very complex world out there. I mean, there's so many moving parts. It's we talk about 4D chess, and it's really even way more complicated than that when it all factors in, So, yeah, I just am looking at this situation I ran, and I immediately, when this all went down, I was told 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and here we are extending it indefinitely at this point. And it's not good. I would advise anybody that has a 50-gallon drum of, they keep gas in, to go top that puppy off. It might be a good time to fill up your tanks, because I only see the price of gas going up here in the immediate, couple weeks. And it's a shame. It really is something that I wish was over, but it's going to get really complicated, and I think it's going to get ugly. And I don't see us having any sort of palette for boots on the ground or any type of offense like that. Another, push in another war. I just don't see that being on the table at all. And I hope he can somehow figure out a way to navigate his way out of this. He claims to be a master negotiator, right?
Right.
So let's see where that ends up. Yeah. So I don't know.
One of the more interesting things to think about, and I don't have a prediction on this either, but if it's worthwhile to start to think about what some of the long-term effects of this could be, both geopolitically, with us in our position with others within the world. That's one. But then sort of take a look at, say, what might this just do domestically that could create some sort of lasting directional or societal change? The economic part, and with oil, that would, over time, even if this goes on for a very long time, eventually the market will take care of the price of oil, because there is oil elsewhere. I mean, the largest deposit in the world, I believe, is in Venezuela. It's not anywhere in the Middle East. And there's all sorts of deposits. And while this thing has been going on much longer than any American wanted it to go on, in geological time, it's been 2 minutes. So markets would adjust to that, and the economic piece would adjust. I would suggest that as I'm thinking about the America in the future, and if this thing can't come to some sort of conclusion soon that appears clearly beneficial, I think the biggest change could be a really fundamental perception of not all Americans, but just under a bell curve, American perceptions about Jewish people in Israel. And that's a real concern. And it's not a real concern to me because I'm some big Israel supporter. I think, my general opinion is that it's our support and aid that lets that nation exist, and that nation in general probably ought to be a little bit more beholden to us as a result. But I certainly do worry about the backlash against just regular Jewish people here in the United States, who the Gentiles may very well just try to conveniently blame for what we're doing in the Middle East and the problem. So my concern about it in terms of lasting potential bad impact is what it might do to not just a uptick in anti-Semitism, but something that could be more permanent. So I don't know that. I'm not predicting that. It's just a concern that I have.
Well, because anytime there's any type of conflict, it always goes back to the Jews. And as an example, Egypt is screaming bloody murder because one of their goals got overturned in a 4-1 game that they lost, saying that FIFA is run by Jews and the referee was a Jew. They changed his Wikipedia page, and just on and on. It's funny to watch because it's just so ridiculous, to blame you lost a world soccer game on the other side of the planet, and you're going to blame the Jews. But it's a common goal tread through history that does happen. And right now we're at a really dangerous spot relative to history of the United States, whereas anti-Semitism has really, really risen in the Democratic Party in a massive way. Mamdani and the Democrat Socialists are extremely anti-Israel, very pro-Palestine, so much so that they project onto them all kinds of things that don't exist, like, some sort of an LGBTQ acceptance in Hamas, which is the most ridiculous thing you could imagine. But yet they somehow project that and make it happen and make it a thing. So there is a wild amount of crazy misinformation rolling around out there, especially in the far left of the Democratic Party. I mean, this Plantner guy, who seems to be done now, had a, Mein Kampf or something tattoo on his chest, the guy in Maine. And now,
Right.
Another allegation came out, and he's recently pretty much maybe sort of dropped out of the race because it's just so damning, and they just keep piling up all these rape accusations against him. And yet, he's still not really ready to drop out. And it's funny. I don't know where the party's going with this. How serious is this Democratic sweep, the socialist sweep that happened in New York?
Well, you covered a lot of ground there, so let's try to pull some of it apart in different pieces. First of all, with regard to the distinguished senatorial candidate in Maine, he's going to drop out. I mean, that's clear. And anything he says or any rumors or any posturing, he will drop out by Monday. He'll be gone. Whatever the guy is in his personal life, what I don't think he is an absolute blithering idiot. And so he knows he can't win. He knows his party won't spend a dime to support him. He knows this, so he'll drop out. And I suspect what he's doing right now in the interim is just trying to see what, if any, sort of influence at all he can have on what's going to happen next. And I don't suspect they're going to let him have much, right? He doesn't have any chips to negotiate with. So, so he'll drop out. He'll be gone. And with regard to what you said about, Democrats and the anti-Israel, the anti-Semitism, and so on, last time I checked, I don't know, Candace Owens isn't a registered Democrat. Yeah, and so
Tucker, it's definitely on both sides.
And the problem we have, and this is a really significant problem, is that we have a nation called Israel that's viewed as a religious state. So not only do we not conduct policy with the nation as though it were, say, I don't know, France or any other nation, we conduct policy different because it's as though we're doing it with a congregation and not a government. But on the other hand, on the other side of that is that regular citizens who just simply aren't willing to think critically and be intellectually honest, or they're just imbeciles, which covers a large number of people under the bell curve again. They want to equate what the nation of Israel does with just plain Jewish people, right? And so, because that's an easy thing to hate. By the way, if you live in the United States and you're inclined to want to hate, which most people are inclined to want to hate, it's really hard to do much with your hatred of Israel. They're across the ocean. They're not right here. And they have missiles and stuff. What it's really easy to do is hate the Jew at the end of the street. And so people take a look at what Israel is doing overseas, and they may have reasonable objections to it from just a policy and an action standpoint, but there's not much they can do about that. But they sure can go tip over the garbage can in the Goldstein's front yard. And so this is what we're dealing with, and that's a tragedy. With regard then finally to the elections in New York, what do I make of it? Honestly, not much. It seems like a really big deal, but the city of New York just elected an openly socialist mayor. So why wouldn't in the city and the surrounding boroughs and so on, why wouldn't they elect socialist candidates for the U.S. House or nominate them? They haven't been elected. They've been nominated. Shock, I say this all the time. I hate to shock your listeners. We live in a socialist country. This is a socialist country. You can say, well, no, it's not. That's not how our founding fathers designed it and all this other stuff. Folks, we live in a socialist country. And all you got to do is I'll just give one example and then I'm done. Our healthcare system.
Okay.
It's a socialist system. And you say, well, it's not government-run medicine. No, I know. But when you look at the government's role and the insurance company's role joined together to manage and control our healthcare system, that's socialism. So we live in a socialist country. New York is the largest city in a socialist country. They are the most socialist place in the country. So the fact that that trend is moving in that direction, that's what I make of it. The trend is moving in that direction. Not necessarily everywhere, but definitely there. Just is.
Yeah. I would disagree with your assumption that we're a socialist country. We have some socialist, maybe, policies in place in certain sectors of the economy, but we certainly don't have government ownership of the means of production, which kind of defines it. But I don't want to get in the weeds. I agree with the fact that we are, going down that road in some areas, and look at healthcare. Look at the disaster that the affordable healthcare was. it just destroyed at least my ability to get reasonable health care. Like, unless I didn't have a job, then I got it. But the minute I get a job, you got to pay for it, and it's half your salary. So, um, yeah, I mean, the day that passed, it went from being a couple $100 a month to being larger than my mortgage payment, for healthcare. It was ridiculous. So, but I see what's happening with these socialists, and I see an opportunity for us, and I kind of wanted to get to that, is when we talk about the Democratic Party now, it's really being taken over by the socialist wing. They seem to have the most momentum. AOC is one of the top contenders, albeit, a blithering idiot, but that doesn't stop them from putting her forward to be the next president. And I think that's really frightening, and I think we need to make them own it and really own it. You're the Socialist Party now. When we talk about left and right, it's now socialist and conservative or whatever. It's team socialism and team not socialism, team America. And I don't know. We need to have some sort of a defining moment out there, Brett, where America wakes up and says, wow, do we really want to go down these roads? And we just need to show them this isn't going to work. It never does.
Well, yeah. One of the things that Ayn Rand pointed out so brilliantly about the real problem with combating socialism is that the destruction that it brings does not come overnight. Socialism doesn't create Dresden in 45, right, after an Allied air raid. The destruction it does is extraordinarily gradual and incremental in nature. And I would go back for a moment. I would argue that the actual functional historical definition of socialism is centralized planning, management, and oversight of political, economic, and social activity, and that it is involved with large government, partnered with large industry. So to use the definition, only the economic definition of socialism, to say that it's only about government ownership of business, well, that would mean that Italy and Germany in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, that those countries, Spain, weren't socialist. Of course they were, but yet there was private industry, and the private industry was joined in lockstep with those regimes. And they had lots of centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic and political and social activity. Hell, we've got a government website now for prescription drugs. That's socialism, straight up. And
the new Trump one that he just brought up.
Yeah, it's socialism. That's not even a complaint on my part. I'm value neutral on it. It just is socialism. So what we need people to wake up to, that's that sort of spiritual awakening, is that somehow or other they need to understand that the path we're on, and I agree with you, that it never works. But we have to make people understand what never works means, right? So in the Soviet Union, for example, in the 1970s, you could buy a pair of Levi blue jeans. Now, it wasn't legal to buy them, but you could buy them. And the way you bought them is that trucks would roll up quickly, like in Red Square, open the back gate, and people would come up and pay like the equivalent in 1970s, like $200 to buy a pair of Levi blue jeans. And the truck would empty out and fly out and disappear, and people had their Levi's, right? So that's not an efficient way to organize economic activity. And that's the problem with socialism, is it will still, markets always work, but socialism prevents them working efficiently. And when they don't work efficiently, you pay $200 for a pair of blue jeans in Red Square in 1975. So it is about making people understand the consequence of centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic, political, and social activity. That's the challenge, and that's hard to do.
Damn. I just feel like I'm talking to my old college professor here. That was phenomenal, Brent. Thank you for laying that out. I hope everyone's taking notes. If not, these podcasts are, rebroadcast later. You can go look this up in the archives for research. But we've got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from Brent Hamajek right after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right, nice job, man. Damn,
Brent,
We lived through the first.
while we're on break, go ahead and hang up on your side. All right.
Okay.
what?
And then when you,
Oh,
then just join the room, and one of us will let you back in, and I think your camera should work then.
okay.
If we wait too long, I'll ring him back. You know. Oh, I see what happened. He's in the other
Different
call.
account or something, right?
He's
Oh, you never left the other one?
no. Hmm. Yeah, hold on. I can't even ring him back now because the way it's showing him. But we'll get him.
Oh, that nice breeze dropped down. Now it's just 85.
Trying to get him back. There he is.
Okay.
All right.
There you go.
I can
And
see
he's back.
Yeah. I instead of waiting for a call, I hit the join now thing,
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
worked.
That's what happened. You know.
Yeah. So at least we know at least we know part of the cause. We might not know the underlying cause, but we got part of it here at least.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're on the guest. You're using a guest account tonight, and instead of your other one. And
This is the link. This is the link I've saved.
yeah.
So I always use it. If you guys have something else for me to use,
No.
No.
Maybe
If we're in
you
a different room,
had
we
it
screwed up.
Had it on the phone or something before, or on another computer. And
I always use this one, and just sitting right here in my home library.
Okay,
But here we are.
we're
So
good.
it doesn't.
We're good either way. We got about 2 minutes, and then we'll be back.
So yeah, that was fun. I hope that was useful.
No,
Think about.
you need a Glenn Beck whiteboard behind you.
Yeah,
Ah,
and then do your John Madden squigglies,
oh God, I remember
play by
those.
play.
Yeah, well, he was terrific, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
My God. Yeah, he was terrific.
I loved John Madden when he did that whiteboard. It's like, I didn't watch much football after the 80s and that, and it's like,
Oh wow, that's
yeah.
a long time,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I mean, after the 80s were done, in the early 90s and that, I was done with it. Yeah, because
I was talking to
the
this
only-
lady from Hammond, Indiana, the other day, and she was so psyched about the Bears.
oh man,
Oh, I
the
sure hope
Bears.
they move. Yeah, I'm lighting a prayer candle every day, and I don't even believe in it, but I'll try anything.
30
yes.
seconds, guys.
Get them out. Yeah,
Yep. Do you want the dog park, man? You go with the dog
Yep.
park every time.
yeah, yeah. Unapologetic.
All right.
All right, look out. Here it comes. 5, 4, 3,
I feel a sneeze.
2,
Oh,
1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
oh, thank God for things that come into. Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for July 8th, 2026. With us tonight, we got Brent Hamachek on the phone. Brent, how's life with you, man? You enjoying everything? It's going well? For summer, you got your tan?
Yeah, living the dream. Yeah, gym tan laundry. I even own one of those T-shirts, and so life is good. By the time I see you next month, if you have me back, I'll have some really fun news that I'm able to share. Some really, really good stuff, and in fact, with a little bit of luck and with the timing, it could actually be that I get to break the news on your show. We'll see. I can't promise that, but I can say that it's a possibility. And so that's good. And
that's always an honor.
And the Common Ground Campus program is touring the country with the US 250 tour and making stops. There's a Common Ground Campus clubhouse that young people can visit. This is sort of like a traveling fair with exhibits and music performances and things. And, and I always correct myself a little bit when I say we, because it's my partner who does all the real work. And she was out in California last week in Bakersfield for an event for a couple days in 105-degree heat, giving young people a place to come in out of the sun and some shade. But, and then just encouraging conversations and camaraderie along the way. So that's a nice thing for us to be able to be involved in and a way to participate in the 250-year experience. Interesting with regard to that, and I'm not, it's not like I'm going to win some sort of argument here, but there's literally probably nobody in the United States that agrees with me. But I do not look at July 4th as the nation's birthday. I just don't. I look at July 4th as the day we got pregnant. And we were born on September 17th of 1787. The Declaration of Independence was a legal petition to the government of Britain to show what was wrong.
I thought you were going to go the 1619 route there for a second. So I'm glad
no, not doing that. But it was a legal petition to the government that said, here are our grievances, and we're going to separate from you as a result. And then an extraordinary amount of blood had to be shed. More battles lost than won, but the key ones won. And then we prevailed. And when we prevailed, it's like, oh shit, what do we have here? We had nothing. We had to actually create a nation, which can be created only with a set of rules. And it wasn't easy to create those rules, and it wasn't easy to get them ratified, but at least they were, signed by the convention, September 17th, 1787. 2 years later, we actually launched the government, right? So I don't really get excited about July 4th. It's not that I think it's inconsequential, but to me, it's not the nation's birthday. It just isn't. But there I go again, being contrary. That's me.
Oh yeah.
I would offer. Here's a suggestion for your audience. So everybody who talks about the Declaration of Independence talks about the first paragraph. Hell, we used to have to memorize it back when I was in school when they did such things. That's wonderful. I get it. When in the course of human events, all men created equal, all that happy nonsense. That's great. Read the rest of it. Spend time, open up on your phone, open it up, and read through the list of grievances, right?
Yeah.
And when you read them by thinking not just literally about that moment and the specifics of the grievance. Think about the general idea of each grievance and then think about how many of those grievances do we still have today in an updated modern form with our own government. I think you'll find the exercise illuminating. And that is the conversation that I'd like to see people have around this 250th year. Not about the preamble, whatever, I got it, memorized it.
Yeah.
Look at the grievances and then think about them in modern terms and times. And see how many of those we still have.
The Boston Tea Party, if I'm not mistaken, that was over a 3% sales tax on tea.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember the exact percentage, but yeah.
Yeah, it was tiny. It was like nothing. You wouldn't think twice about it today. Right.
Right.
Your phone bill is laced with fees like that are, no representation and whatever, all that stuff, right? But
yeah, that's exactly right. So to me, that's a useful exercise. Because then if people do that and they look at that, that could cause them to say, going back to the last half hour and talking about that whole notion of creeping socialism, as it was called during the Cold War. You take a look at those grievances we have, and I think that you might just say, wow, this socialism thing is kind of giving us a bunch of those back. We've just put them in high definition.
That might make for an interesting show. Maybe we'll do that in September. I'll have you on the 17th, and we'll do that.
That could be fun.
All right. There's a few Supreme Court cases that came down since our last conversation, and then there's also this case that I don't really want to dwell on it, but Charlie Kirk was a very good friend of yours, and you knew him many years and worked with him extensively, and we're in the pre-trial now. Is there anything you want to say about what you've seen go down over the last couple of days?
Well, the only thing that I find sort of fascinating enough to share with your viewers is I was going to say I have two very dear friends. I actually have more than two friends, but I'm thinking of two in particular. So I just want to make sure people know I actually have four friends, but it took me 64 years to get four friends, but I got four. But I'm going to talk about two. Two of them who in the last 12 hours I've spoken to. Both of whom follow social media very closely and are tuned into all the stuff being posted. And here's what interests me. And one of them actually has a very large following on social media. And one of them said that what they're seeing on social media, now that this hearing is going on, is people are sort of turning at and looking at the Candace Owens types and say, what do you have to say about this? Looking at it as though this is really damning evidence. The other person who spends a lot of time on social media, I asked them, what they're seeing, and they're seeing people are really upset. There's more questions being generated than answers. There's just all sorts of faults in this investigation and so on. Neither one of them are actually saying either of those two things themselves. They're talking about what they're seeing. So this fascinates me. How can people be looking at this and drawing, on the one hand, case closed, and on the other hand, there's no case here. This case is really shaky. The only thing I can think about that is that both people on both sides of that posting those things actually decided ahead of time what they were going to say and then backed into it, right? They're seeing what they want to see. Now, based on what I've seen, and I'm not glued in front of the TV watching it by any means, but I'm just watching reports and reading the news, and I've seen some of the videos shown and so on. Based on what I've seen, I can't imagine that Tyler isn't going to enter a plea of guilty when this is done and try to take the death penalty off the table. Because I think, based on what I've seen, this appears to be, when you go to trial in front of a jury and they're looking at this stuff and, you got a defense team raising some hypothetical, well, why is this piece of film missing or whatever? I think a jury's going to look at it and say, are you kidding me? Look what is here, right?
Mhm.
And so I think his conviction is a slam dunk. I think the only suspense would be, if it goes to trial, is how many minutes will it take the jury to convict? I suspect they'll have 12 votes for guilty inside of the first 3 minutes. And then they'll sit in there and talk about sports and the weather for an hour just to make it look like they paid more attention to it. But nonetheless, long-winded answer. I'm fascinated at how different camps of people could have such radically different expressions being made online. And the only conclusion I can draw is they actually decided what they were going to see before they saw it.
Yeah, and with respect to Candace Owens, I think maybe October, a month or two after, Charlie's murder, we were talking about her, and you simply said she deserves to be in a rubber room. And that's the way I've looked at her ever since, and this only sort of proves that out. So I don't know which side that puts me on, but yeah, I knew she was talking baloney the whole time. It was pretty patently obvious, but some people seem to latch onto that stuff, and I don't know, they find something in it that is attractive. That Egypt had planes in the sky, and it was his microphone, and it just nonsense stuff you will never see even brought up in court, ever under any circumstances. Will they refer to any of the things she's talked about and say this is our defense? So anyway, I don't want to delve too much into that. In many ways, that's a personal issue for you, and I'd like to.
Oh, I don't.
That.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't mind talking about it at all.
Okay.
But I, unlike others, I'm not willing to jump into all the various speculations and conspiracy theories. I don't feel like addressing any of the conspiracy theories. To me, it's really simple. I have a really simple rule when it comes to conspiracy theories, and I'm working now with the Just the News group, and get to work inside the same general tent as John Solomon, who is the top journalist in America, and nobody's close, right? Nobody's close.
Yeah.
And
that's
so
awesome.
I always say to people when they run some wild theory by me, I get the same response. I just say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a nap. And when John Solomon reports on it, tap me on the shoulder, wake me up, and then I'll pay attention. And so until John's doing a story about one of these many conspiracy theories with documented evidence that it appears to be true, and here's all the proof, I have no interest in it or time for it.
Yeah. Excellent. So let's get to some of the other cases that have gone by the Supreme Court earlier this year. Well, last month, should I say, which is like 8 days ago. But 5-4 decision to uphold birthright citizenship, which was very interesting. Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett sided with the liberals, and they made birthright citizenship, which was clearly intended for slavery, to address former slaves. But here it is. I don't agree with it. I think there's going to be some crazy ramifications to this, where Donald Trump might even go so far as to ban people that are 8 months pregnant from traveling to the United States. We could see some things along those lines happening to try to prevent this. But I don't know. What's your take on it?
Well, way back when on your show, when Trump signed the executive order, I said at the time it had absolutely no chance of being upheld. I don't think there's a serious legal scholar in the country who thought it would. And I would argue nor should it have been. And I'll tell you why. Okay. It's not like I'm some supporter of birthright citizenship. In fact, there's an easy solution to this. And that is, if somebody's in the country illegally, and they have a child while they're here, or even if they're here legally and they got in a passport and they had a baby, as soon as the baby's done, you give the baby to the mother, and you say, here you go, hold her, kiss her, give her a hug. Okay, give her back. And now, folks, ma'am, you need to get dressed, because now we're going to ship you back to wherever it is you came from. But your child can stay. I suspect most mothers would take their child. Problem solved. So that's an easy way to solve it. But nobody has the stomach for that. You got to be a sociopath like I am, I suppose. Here's the problem with the executive order and why I think the Supreme Court got it right. I think it should have been a 9-0 decision. And that is, you can say whatever you want about when the amendment was passed, and you can talk about it coming out of slavery and all of that stuff. Here's the problem. The constitutional amendment says what it says. And if we are going to get into a situation where, because we think it's a really good idea, and we allow anyone in elected office, any president of any party for any purpose, to start reversing things that are in black letters in the Constitution, folks, we have a massive problem. Don't like birthright citizenship? Call a get the Convention of States together, the group that's been trying to call a constitutional convention, and repeal it. Repeal it. I'd be fully in favor of that. But last point on that, and it goes back to during the Bush administration. And I had a friend of mine call me one day, and he was really excited about some executive order that Bush had just signed. I don't remember what it was, but it was a big one, and he was really excited about it. And I understood it. But at the time I said to him, I get your enthusiasm, but the thing you have to be careful about is that this kind of an executive order and all the power it brings, you might not like it if the next president has them as well. And of course, under Barack Obama, we saw a lot of executive orders that probably nobody listening to your show likes. So this is not the way our nation was set up. It doesn't mean that an executive order can be issued that I don't think is a great idea in principle, but there's something above an idea being a good idea in principle. And that is straight up, is it constitutional or not? And to me, that's end of. That's it. And so this one was not a surprise. I don't think it ever had a chance, but that's my answer.
Okay. Then let's go to the other decision they put out. The U.S. Supreme Court on Tuesday before June 30th put into law states to ban transgender biological males from girls' sports in a massive win for red states. Reading from a headline here. So in essence, they came out and said, yeah, if states want to ban biological boys from competing in girls' sports, they're allowed to do so. Another, decision with large ramifications. So what's your opinion on this one?
Another one that was easy to call and the right decision. And it should have been 9-0. Should have been. There is absolutely, you're in some combination of Bizarro World or a Monty Python skit when you're saying that, okay, we will not allow you as a state to have boys be boys and girls be girls. But wait, I thought boys were boys and girls were girls. Well, they might be, but you can't say that. But in athletics, that'll distort the entire competition. Doesn't matter. Boys can be girls and girls can be boys, and you can't do anything about it. But God did something about it. Well, that doesn't matter. We've got things figured out that God didn't, and so on. It's a skit. It's a travesty. And so I think the ruling was an obvious one. I think it was the right one. I continue, on a personal level, I think it is an absolute tragedy that the transgender movement, brilliantly on their part, by the way, found a way to attach itself to the gay and lesbian movement. I view these two things as apples and oranges, absolute apples and oranges. And so I think it's really a shame that so many people mention the whole thing in the same string of letters, and they tie them together in their thought. Folks, this isn't that. And I think the ruling was the obvious right one.
Okay. I would tend to agree as well. I think it's very unfair, especially when you look at like scholarships and things like that are handed out based on performance. And, you work your whole life to try to get a scholarship to school and you come in fourth place and, you should have, under these rules, come in first or second place, but now you don't get the scholarships as state or whatever. So, yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's dive into, in the last few minutes we have here for the show, a really funny story I think you're going to love. I don't even know if you're up on it because it is out of the UK. So Nigel Farage just walked away from me. He stepped down from his seat. Okay?
Right.
And this is going to trigger an automatic revote. So he said, okay, boom, because they're investigating him for money he received from some tech guy back when that pays for security and whatnot, according to him. But he doesn't want that to trigger another election. So he's trying to jump the gun by dropping out, starting this new election, but no one is going to, it turns out, no one's running against him. Okay?
Right.
So the only person running against him is someone called Lord Buckethead, who is a perennial joke of a candidate who just runs in different races, and he has a bucket on his head, and he's Lord Buckethead. And so now Nigel Farage is only running against Lord Buckethead. And the theory here is that, oh my God, if he loses to this guy, his career is done. So this turned out to be some sort of a 3D chess game he was playing that's backfiring on him in such a way that he could potentially lose to Lord Buckethead. I mean, how many boats out there are named Bodie McBoat because they put it up to a vote to the people?
Right.
That's what they're stuck with,
Well, my suspicion is, and I'm not going to bet my life savings on it. My suspicion is he will win, right? And and of course, interesting. I understand his move. There's a brilliance in it, right? If it works, it's brilliant because the strategy behind it is to say, all right, you're investigating me, you're trying to oust me, you've got all these things that are circulating within the public domain. Okay, I'll step out. Now let's let the voters decide right now if they want me back. This will tell you what they think of your investigation, right? So if it works, it's a brilliant move. And and on the other hand, if he does lose to Lord Buckethead, then I think it would be reasonable to make the argument that his eventual loss was inevitable, right? So I suspect that he will win, and then he will continue on his path to attempting to become prime minister eventually. And I read the paper the other day. England's got a lot of problems, and what's going on over there in terms of censorship and controlling people's speech, controlling media, all of it. It should terrify people. But I think Americans should be terrified even more when we see our own FCC threatening networks. So what's going on in England, it's not that it's going on here the same way, but we ought to be paying attention to this. And we really need to get over the idea of liking to see people we don't like get punished by something legal. Because when that starts, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. You can't satisfy the appetite of a carnivorous government once it starts consuming chunks of freedom. You can't.
Wow.
So,
yeah. And sadly, it's what we've seen, from all these different, I'll dare I call them team socialism out there, who were debanking people in Canada. Heck, Nigel Farage and so many other people in government in the UK have been debanked, for years from all different types of platforms. We've seen it happen to Donald Trump himself when he was out of office, getting debanked by, major, I think it was Bank of America, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, frightening stuff. And like you say, once they start getting used to that power, It's not easy to go away. We've got about 30 seconds left. Do you have anything left you want to add to everything, Brent? My esteemed guest, Brent Hamachek, the well-known author.
Yeah, all that happy nonsense. Well, no, I just, I guess my final thought to people is my hope for everybody is that when you take a look at the things going on around you in the world, anywhere, that you always look at them not cynically but skeptically. Please don't say it is all the time. Please ask, is it? And do it in a way that's thoughtful, that's not cynical, but because you're really thinking about it. And I think we need more Americans to think more about things they're being told, things that they're kind of automatically feeling might be right or wrong. We need to do a better job of asking, is it? That's
okay, folks.
What my world's about.
You heard it here from the great Brent Hamachek. Don't ask, don't say it is. Ask, is it? We'll be right back after these messages.
Great job, guys. Wonderful having you back, Brent.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, good having you back, buddy.
Yeah, it's nice being back and appreciate it. I hope all that stuff was of interest and use to your audience. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I hope you enjoyed your time here. You know,
I always
very
do.
much appreciate your dedication to our excellence.
I always do, and I'll see you in August if you'll have me. I think the date would be the 5th, and we'll see what I have to share with your audience then by way of announcements.
Excellent. I look forward to that. Boy, what a cliffhanger.
Yeah, there you go. You won't be able to sleep for a month. By the way, that causes insanity, so be careful.
Yeah, but, after 3 days.
After 3 days. So, all right, guys. Well, thanks very, very much. I really enjoyed it, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, we'll see you then. Bye.
Bye.
Thank
everybody.
you.
Yep.
Got about another about a minute. No, yeah, we got. I'm going to take it out another minute, and then if we get cut off before then, that's fine. I'll just restart the room, and we'll get going from there. I just want to make sure we got enough time to switch over.
Right. Do it.
Yep. You're back there. You're back.
I'm here.
Okay. Now,
right.
I guess now we got to cut it off. Now Barry's back. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. You all fired up, Barry?
I am, man.
Are you fired up? Barry, are you fired up?
Dude, I'm always so grateful just to be alive and to be able to have a voice whatsoever. It, to me, means everything.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people didn't make it through the shamdemic. I know people personally. So, hopefully, I'm around for a purpose. And hopefully I can make some kind of a difference like all of us are trying to do, man. You know, we're just trying to move the needle.
Well, we're going to get cut any second now, so let's just go ahead and switch it over.
Sounds good.
All right? See you on the other side, Barry. All right, that was hour 1 of the 2-hour Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. I'm going to get them back up and rolling once again. Just give me a sec. Welcome back, folks.
All right.
Hello.
There
Hello.
he is. There you are.
Hello, checking 1 2.
Jack, 1 2 1 2. Microphone Jack. How you doing out there, hey, buddy? Hey.
Ranch dressing.
Hey, I'm ready to go live. Are you?
I am, man.
Great.
Dude, I didn't tell you, but we got caught. I got caught in a massive storm on the way home from on the 4th of July. Man, it went for 100 or more miles, dude. 65-mile-an-hour winds, hail, rain, power outages, and I was just like, I was driving home, and I was like thinking to myself, if the rain comes down any more hard, I'm not going to be able to even drive because the visibility would not be there. So it never got so bad. I could feel that the car was hydroplaning a little bit because the water was starting to. And I was like, man, I'm just ready to get home. And then I got home and the power was out. I was like, man. So we got hit hard with a storm, the whole Oklahoma area. And then right before the storm hit, and I took pictures I posted on social media, the weirdest clouds formed. The little bubble ones that look like cotton swabs.
The ones you sent me. Yeah, you sent them to me.
Oh, yeah. Very weird looking clouds. There's a name.
Yeah.
There's a name for them, but they happen. They're supposed to be pretty rare, but they happen all the time now. I want to say lenticular clouds, but I don't think that's what it is. I think that's something different. But anyway, yeah, that was just really weird. I was like, I got to photograph that. And it looks like a storm is definitely going to come, and it's not going to be good. And so I was racing to get home because the first 10 or 15 minutes it wasn't raining. But yeah, we've had great weather the last 2 days. Not a chemtrail in the sky, man. It's hopefully that. I mean, hey, I just reported as I see it. If there's no trails, I'll be honest about it. And if there's no trails tomorrow, I'll say the same.
Yep. Oh, we're just starting to tease us with potential monsoon weather here. Like today it rained for 2 minutes, got everything wet, and then it was all dry 5 minutes later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It never happened. Yeah. It's so dry here, dude. There's so many fires kicking off.
I've heard that, dude. And there's all kinds of weird weather, man. And what I mean by weird is, it's not that weather hasn't always been weird. Okay, I get that. But it's not typical of certain areas. Blizzards in areas they don't have blizzards. Flooding where they don't normally have flooding. And then there's weird stuff happening in the sky, sounds in the sky, explosions. And this is being reported in the mainstream media. Like I said, go to Jason A. or go to Mindseeded, MINDSEEDED, and you'll see a whole bunch of this stuff that's being reported in the mainstream media. And then there's a lot of comets that are big, huge ones coming into the sky that's being seen all over the place. But some people don't think it's comets. They think it might be something else. I don't know, but if it's
aliens,
I've been watching Randall Carlson. I don't know if you know him or not, but he's been talking a lot space stuff here lately, and comets and meteorites and things like that are a big deal. And they can when they impact the Earth, it really affects society. Yeah.
Yeah. And we may be experiencing some sort of a magnetic shift or something in the next.
Some of that, and also what we're going through is where we're at in the solar system with the meteor showers that come in through. That's affecting us too. If you get a chance, check him out. He's on YouTube. I know you like really informative guys, and he's really informative. He builds houses, and he's an architect by trade, but he also set up his own school system and things like that. It's really interesting. Check out some of his work.
Yeah, it makes sense as to why the mainstream establishment is so upset, because we've got a lot of people that are very knowledgeable, skilled, or even professionals that are giving narratives that are kind of outside of the mainstream, and they hate that because then we're questioning things. They don't want us to question. Remember during the shamdemic, they go, don't question anything. Just obey. Just trust the professionals.
Trust the science, right?
Trust science.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I try
Where
to
is
get
that
people.
guy now?
Fauci? I don't know. Hopefully he's in that subpoena in Florida.
I
The
thought
one
he
that we've
fled. I thought he fled the
Or
country.
Gitmo.
I know that Mitch McConnell's wife fled to China, met with the CCP and the vice president over there. What's up with that?
Yeah,
Yeah, that.
I'd be dead and whatnot. It's like,
Yeah.
Why isn't she by the side of her husband, who clearly is probably brain dead from what I've heard? But apparently Scott Jennings said that he spoke with him for 20 minutes. I was like, what?
How do you?
And he's doing great
Did they
and ready to get back to
Did
work.
they give him the Biden pill and shot or something? 30 seconds, guys. But,
yeah.
That's not adding.
David Hogg could make that happen with AI, right?
yeah.
For sure. Oh, there's a bunch of AI stuff. Yeah, a bunch.
Yeah, it's easy for a phone call.
For a phone call. Anyways, here comes your countdown. 5,
Yeah, I mean,
4.
you think I'm sitting here talking this whole time? I'm just typing it out.
3,
You got your avatar.
2,
Type it out ahead of time and just hit play.
1. And you're back live and on the radio side for the second hour right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for July 8th, 2026. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's going on, Bullhorn?
Hey, man, I just wanted to say how cool it is that you got that brain chip and you can literally just think it, have your AI avatar speak for you on the radio. Yeah, that's really cool, man. When did you get?
I'm just sitting out by the pool right now. Yeah, I don't even have a microphone anywhere near me. I just think it and off you go. But, we're not supposed to talk about that.
It's top secret. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in beta testing. You and Elon are tight.
No wonder Gary hasn't been taking and listening to the shows lately.
So, Barry, how was your 4th of July, man?
It was really good. We got some really rough weather, man. A lot of people got hit with rain, hail, 65-mile-an-hour winds, power outages. And
you said the drive home was insane.
Well, they canceled all the celebrations in the area. There was nobody, but everybody in my neighborhood was popping them anyway. Because by about 10 o'clock, the rain had pretty much stopped. It was coming a little bit, but not as hard as it had been for 4 or 5 hours straight. And they were just out there popping the fireworks. So I just pulled up in the front because my power was out, so the house was hot, so it was cool outside. So I sat out in the front porch and just watched them pop fireworks, and it was actually pretty enjoyable.
Nice. It seems like a lot of people have had that wonderful experience of the 4th of July in America, and I'm just so happy for it. It's really cool to see the world opening up to what America is. Many countries don't have the stadiums. I was looking at South Africa. They hosted it a while back, and they were putting a lot of these games in 30, 40,000 people stadiums all over the country. And it was nothing like the experiences they got in America, going to some of our most premier top-end stadiums out there and seeing what it looks like to really be in one of these behemoths. They always talk about our airports here, and, granted, our airports suck, but our stadiums are killer, and we could have done this. We could have done the World Cup just with the stadiums we have in Florida, or New York or California easily. We could have just done this in Southern California with the stadiums available there. We could do another World Cup where we only use college stadiums,
Yeah. I know we got
and that would be wonderful.
In Stillwater, we've got a beautiful football stadium.
Oh, it'd be killer. I just send all these Europeans into all these college towns all over America. They would love it. It'd be just next level, But I saw a video today. I don't know if it was serious or tongue-in-cheek, but there's talk out there of taking the 2028 European finals and having them in the United States again, because this just went so well.
Yeah. Well, heck, man. I mean, everybody found out that America is a wonderful place. I saw an interview from somebody from Europe talking about how, they've been told America's full of crime and it's an ugly place. The people are mean and ugly and you wouldn't want to go there. It's awful. And then he said it was totally the opposite. And then he was just, riding in an Uber with people, and some American people, gave him a tour, took him to some different places to go and see and things to do. And I mean, it changed his whole perspective of America, but it shows you just how much the propaganda is worldwide to destroy America and all the good that it stands for. They want to demonize all the greatness of America. They want to make America great.
Yeah, I was looking at the schedule, and there's one game in Seattle, one in LA, one in Kansas City, and one in Boston. And I was just like, man, the Boston has proven itself. They know how to do these things, right? Kansas City, have you seen what some of the people out there are doing?
Mm-mm.
I mean, they are showing these people love. Lawrence, Kansas had some African country that they were hosting there, and they just lit it up for these guys. In Kansas City, when the Dutch played, there was a sea of orange. Every single person in Kansas City bought an orange shirt, put it on, and went out and celebrated. I mean, must have been 100,000 people in the streets, all dressed in orange. It was just amazing to see this stuff, So I can't wait to see some of these images coming out of there this week. It's going to go off, right?
It's so exciting, man. And the very fact that it's gone over so incredibly well really helps to create this dichotomy of everything we said that was going to happen from the left, how they were going to talk about how there's really nothing to celebrate. You see all the stuff that came out of the View this week, them just demonizing America and how, and look, I've said it on the show many different times that there's a lot of people on the left that have said it over and over and over again, that they're scared of the American flag. When they see a neighborhood with American flags out, it terrifies them. It's so scary, they say, And one of the ladies from The View said the exact same thing just this last.
Yeah, Sunny Liston.
Yeah, and I've said this on the air that this is their talking point, and you just got to start believing what I'm saying, because I'm not making stuff up.
Well, they're saying it. She's coming out and saying, yeah, the American flag is very dangerous to people. If I see a street and everyone's got an American flag, that to them is a very dangerous thing if you're Trump arrangements into far left Democrat socialist wackos, right? And I'll tell you, the thing that the world is seeing is Canada next to America. I mean, even Mexico next to America and Canada. I'm seeing videos everywhere of people having the time of their lives in Mexico, having the time of their lives in America, and I have yet to see many of these up in Canada, where they're just taking over a bar and a corner, whatever, and just doing their thing up there, and everyone's loving it and having a good time. A lot of the stories I'm hearing out of Canada are people getting ripped off, finding it very much to be lacking. And it's that socialism. It's what Brent was saying, how it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a while. And Canada's been on this road for a lot longer than we have here in the U.S. and, even England, for that matter. So the decay is much more apparent. And I mean, they're not talking about going back and having another World Cup in Canada. Toronto Stadium is kind of a joke. It's 40,000 seats, and it's old, and it looks like it's made for cricket or something,
Well, think about all the people that are going to want to come in, whenever the next one is, after hearing all the good news about America. The people that were kind of scared to come will be like, well, man, I got to go see what it's all about. And I do believe that she said, lady from The View, she did say that she saw these neighborhoods full of flags as a symbol of white supremacy. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. They're still going with that insane narrative, man. It never changes. It's always the same thing. They have nothing new, and that's why they're losing. I don't know why people are freaking out over the commies winning either. That's also creating the dichotomy that we need to wake people up with. And the commies can't win everywhere. They can't steal every election. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's freaking, panicking, thinking we're going to lose the midterms, thinking that, the commies are taking over. No, it's creating a dichotomy that everybody can see what Trump has to offer and what the Democrats have to offer. MAGA has to offer.
Yeah. The rhinos out there don't have that much to offer, if you ask me. You know, they can't even pass the SAVE Act right now, which is a joke. It's so ridiculous that they can't get that passed. You know, the House has passed it 3 times, but the Senate just can't step up.
I hear you,
When
man.
80% of the people out there want it.
Oh yeah. Well, it just proves that they don't represent the people. It's a perfect example of how they do not represent the voice and the will of we the people.
Mm-hmm. But they'll take their salary and they'll take their kickbacks and their campaign contributions and, spend 80% of their time just simply raising money.
Yeah.
Right. Legally, illegally, whatever. It doesn't seem to matter for half of the government we've purchased, shall I say. But that's another story for another day.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I'm just glad all this stuff came down. We still got a few more weeks, and I think, Boston's going to be amazing. New Jersey, they're going to go to New York and try to celebrate it. Just, you get lost in a city like New York, even when there's, 50,000 of you out there celebrating, you still get lost in a city like New York. So Boston, Kansas City are really going to be the places where it goes off, in my opinion. And, as far as America losing, I kind of feel like it's a good thing for the games. I don't want more of these situations with Trump sticking his nose in there. That was a horrible thing he did. I would never have done that as a president, ever. Try to get a red card, reversed. I don't know what he was thinking. But, it's good for the rest of the world to have their spotlight on them while they're here in the United States, and for them to be able to, make it their World Cup. We don't really care as Americans. If anything, it's like the 5th most popular sport out there after hockey.
Yeah, it's
baseball, football, basketball.
Yeah, it's number 1 in a lot of nations.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put it behind NASCAR, wrestling, If I'm going to sell out a WWE stadium or a soccer match, I think the WWE is going to sell out first.
I don't know. Maybe.
No? Maybe. But, it's like you say, yeah, there's 6 billion people going to, watch this thing. Literally, like half the planet, 2/3 of the planet will watch the finals, which is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It makes the Super Bowl look like nothing.
Well, I would argue it's probably a contest where the end outcome is not staged. And we do know that, some of the basketball is staged and probably some of the football is staged. So it's a good thing that there can still be real competition without people getting involved to try to make some money, manipulate the games and the outcomes. I mean, how can you even be a fan if it's somewhat staged?
Yeah, I mean, the referees get a lot of slack in soccer, right? I'm hearing all kinds of talk about the referees, but you hear that all the time. That's everything, right? So, I mean, you score a goal and they say, no, you're offsides. Boom, take it back. They say, oh, you are Jew.
Well, I'm not saying it can't be not staged. I'm just saying I'm hoping that it's not, and maybe it's not because it's a global thing. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking here, but it doesn't take much to stage it. All you have to do is have one player that messes up at a crucial moment. You get some refs to make some questionable calls at the right moment, and a game totally changes.
Absolutely. But anyway, we'll see what happens there. England and Norway, I think, are going to play next. That should be a really good game. Boy, I don't even know who to root for in a lot of these. It's like I was watching England and Mexico, and I'm like, I don't know, who do you root for there?
Mm-hmm. I'm just team humanity. So as long as long as playing fairly and people are coming together, I think that's a good thing. I mean, that's what all these global events, sporting events, are supposed to be about. They're supposed to be about unifying. And that's a beautiful thing because everything that the globalists try to do is the opposite of that. So when you see people coming here and liking America and seeing that we're the good guys and we're not bad like the whole world has painted us out to be, that's a good thing for unifying because we want the rest of the world to have freedom too, or at least prosperity and glimpses of freedom.
Yeah, see what a Costco looks like firsthand,
Well,
It
yeah,
really is going to blow your socks off if you've never imagined anything like that. Even
yeah,
Walmart's, it's crazy. I saw a bunch of Australians doing this. We're going to Walmart. There was like 100 of them invaded this Walmart, and I imagine it was actually kind of scary at first, for the like manager of the store and the
yeah,
employees.
yeah.
And then it's like, okay, wait, these are just friendly Australians. It's like, oh, no one's going to get shot. This is great. Let's go. Let's have a good time.
Yeah. I mean, I saw some guy lose his mind over, and in a good way, of how amazing the Golden Corral was and how they would prepare the steak right out in front of you, and you could have as many as you wanted to eat and prepare it however you like it. And he went on for 10 minutes talking about the Golden Corral.
Yeah, which is like a one up from a fast food place.
It's a little better than Perkins or Denny's, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, not like, I wouldn't make a 10-minute video out of it. I'd
it's
get
not
laughed at by everyone I know.
yeah, yeah. It's not super high end, but it's not low end either. I mean, they got a salad bar and they got all
Yeah.
kinds of different food. And I think a lot of people just haven't seen that much food laid out in front of them.
Yeah, and ranch dressing, that alone is worth defecting over.
100%. 100%. I prefer the organic ranch dressing, but to each their own.
It's a salad dressing that you could put on everything. You put it on pizza. It's the best.
Yeah. Chicken wings. I mean, you name it, man.
Oh,
Bread.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait till they discover fry sauce out in Utah.
Yeah. Fried zucchini.
Oh, yeah. Fried pickles. All that good stuff. Fried green tomatoes. Oh, man, we got the good eats here. Biscuits and gravy.
You're making all the audience hungry while they're driving down the car listening. They're going to have to stop and
Yeah,
fill
I'm actually kind of hungry. That's why I'm probably going off on this tangent. I'm definitely going to prepare a nice meal right after we're done here. I tried to eat some chips during the break to hold me over, but I'm still hungry.
chips
So,
and
my
ranch
apologies, folks.
chips and ranch
What's
dressing.
that?
Right? Chips and ranch
There you
dressing.
go.
Yeah. That's a real
Yep,
thing.
Yep. It is. Well, yeah, French fries as well. Pretty much anything.
Oh.
I mean, I'm hard pressed to think of something you wouldn't put ranch dressing on, but that's a story for another day. Maybe we'll do a show on that in a month or two when everything quiets down.
It's the duct tape of, seasoning. It fixes everything.
South
Right?
Africa. I've got a video here from South Africa of people rioting in the streets. Every Thursday, they're going to go out in the tens and tens of thousands across several different cities to demand remigration. All the immigrants must leave South Africa. It's a bunch of black folk out in the street demanding that all the other black folk from all the neighboring black folk countries leave. I don't know, man, if this happened anywhere on the planet, it'd be the most racist thing you'd ever seen. But, here it is in South Africa. It's just a wild story because they are serious about it. I mean, they're going around, going door to door and like, get out, And yet, I don't know, when any Western country tries to do anything even 1/10 of that aggressive, about 1/100th of that aggressive, it's a race riot. I don't know. I don't get it. It's wild to see South Africa. It's just such a crazy scene you'd think you'd never see. But there it is, and at full color on your screen.
Yeah. Well, it's like we've always said, it's never been about color. They just made it about color. It's been about culture.
Exactly.
And about integration.
Exactly. This would be the most racist thing they've ever seen had it not just been black on black, please leave our country protests. But I mean, they're mad. They're angry protests.
Well, the left will probably label it racist anyway, even though that makes no sense. But they're the party of making no sense. That's what they do. It's how they mind boggle us.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just found it an interesting story because it just, I don't know. I was just like, wow, like they're the only ones that can get away with doing this. Anyone else just says, hey, man, go home. It's a race war. It's just the worst thing you could ever say. So, oh, gosh, let's see here. Did you happen to catch was it the Patriot Front?
Yeah, I saw
that
that.
was out in Washington D.C. Did you see that image of them all on the bus, and there's this black girl there,
Yeah, yeah.
and she's just sitting on this bus, like going, "Oh my God."
Well, it's
Yeah.
a still frame. I don't know that she was saying anything. She probably felt with a bunch of people with masks on, I think is what it amounted to. And nobody on the right that I know of believes that the Patriot Front has anything to do with MAGA or anything to do with conservatism or anything to do with the right.
No.
These are probably
Exactly.
of a paid group that are out there to divide and conquer, perhaps by NGOs or who knows exactly who's
Or
funding.
the feds themselves. I mean, feds, they scream feds, right? With the same pants and the whole 9 yards. You ask me, I'd say they're a government plant, but we don't want to go down that route. So they were certainly affiliated with the Southern Poverty Law Center, who paid them big sums of money, their leader, big sums of money to make the Charlotte riots happen, right?
Well,
That's been proven.
How would she know they're white people? Their faces are completely covered.
Oh, well, you can see enough, But
well, a lot of
the
them
trick is, though, is
had
that
hats on, so you couldn't see their hair, so what their hair was like. And there probably are some black people in the Patriot Front. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough about them.
I'm sure there are, yeah.
So
I don't know. They might not be. I don't know.
She's probably freaked out because they look like some sort of a militia or something. They look radical, dude.
Yeah.
They look.
But if you flip that around though, and that's a girl in a MAGA hat with a bunch of Antifa on a train, that would have ended in a bloody mess, right? That would have ended with her going to the hospital.
They didn't. I don't think they said anything to her. I think they just let her be.
Yeah. But I just saw the image.
But they're not angry about the black person that was illegal.
Have we taken a break?
Yeah, let's go to break. Folks, we'll be right back after these messages.
There you go.
Yeah, we're only a minute late.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I thought for a second you really wanted to join the conversation. No. Then I looked at the time. I was like, oh, that's what he's doing.
Time.
What was the name of the black guy that cut the white girl, the immigrant who had a huge laundry list of...
Yeah, the Ukrainian girl.
Yeah, we should bring that up when we come back. And nobody on the left is upset about that.
Yeah. What was that, Atlanta?
Which probably was racist based. But
I think he.
But yet, white people.
Something about a dumb white girl or something.
But how do they come up with anything based on that Patriot Front picture? I mean, they're totally just reading between the lines in ways that they have no proof of, right? And look, I don't even like the Patriot Front. I think they're a fraud, like we've said. But
oh yeah, they're scumbags. So
we should come back and maybe sort of finalize that so people understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's starting to get old, dude. The whole race thing, the race baiting. I mean, it's so old. Good old Obama, the race baiter himself. He's probably the one that kind of kicked it off to where it was really, making a comeback.
Yeah. I think a lot of these guys are just, like you said, NGO sponsored, hot air. Just total bullshit.
Well, what do? They just walk around and make a scene at places where they can be visible. That's about it. They just look scary, act scary. But they don't really do anything because they're probably feds, thank God.
Do you know who Puppet Edgar is?
Uh-uh.
I've mentioned him a few times. He did a thing where he went up to them and started interviewing them, trying to talk to them, and they wouldn't talk to him at all. He's like, they're all standing there holding flags, and he's like, okay, if you're gay, hold your flag up. If you're not gay, take your flag down.
You'd think if they had some sort of a cause, they would want to say something. You look at Antifa, they're willing to get in your face and say, you're a racist, fascist, Nazi. So if they really had some kind of a movement, wouldn't they want to have, here's our talking points, here's what we believe in, here's what we stand for. But no. And of course they're hiding their face,
Mhm.
But that
Yeah,
photo,
very few people who protest nowadays have any inclination to speak about what they believe. You know, you put a microphone in their face and they clam right up.
yeah, exactly.
They don't want to get pwned, man. You got pwned.
Pound, pound, dude. You know what's the guy's name? Something Ben.
Leroy Jenkins.
What's the guy's name? Something Ben that does all the investigating.
Ben Shapiro.
No, the Ben guy that's doing the Lego stuff.
Oh, Crazy Ben, Reckless Ben, something like that.
Reckless Ben, I think, or something like that. Yeah. I've been following him for a while before the Lego thing, and always found him to be legit and interesting. And he doesn't seem too like the other guys that were involved. They kind of seemed a little scared of the cops, and rightfully so. They're young and they didn't do wrong, and they're being interrogated and intimidated. But he didn't seem to be
30
at
seconds,
all
guys.
of the cops at all. I think he's been through enough that he knows, he knows how it goes.
And here's your countdown, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Diving into everything going on in the world, talking about the Patriot Front before we went to break. So we want to clarify that, yeah, those guys are knuckleheads. Trump was asked about them immediately, and he said that they should be condemned completely. And I agree. He said that back in his first term. And then the next sentence he said was there were good people on both sides. And that was taken out of context because he did say they should be condemned completely. And I agree with that. And I don't know, Barry, we were kind of talking about this. You had a couple of things you wanted to add to it as well.
Oh, yeah. They're upset about a picture with a black woman sitting there, obviously probably like wondering who this group is, but they made it like it was racist, and they were saying this is how black people feel all the time. But yeah, they're not angry at that crazy black illegal immigrant that stabbed that Ukrainian woman. What was her name? Erna Zarutska, I think was her name. I'm probably
something like that.
Yeah, a 31-year-old Ukrainian woman who was fatally stabbed brutally and fatally stabbed. And then nobody even really helped out when she first got stabbed. They just let her kind of bleed out. And they're not upset with that. And that probably was really a racist thing. This is just the Patriot Front group coming in and basically occupying most all the seats. And they're somehow making it a racist thing. I don't see.
They're an NGO front group. There's something. They're fishy beyond belief, right? And even in Charlotte, I was watching some of their rally that they had there, and they started chanting, "Jews will not replace us." And I was like, okay, goodbye. I want nothing, absolutely zero to do with anybody who's going to chant around the streets like that, especially when Jews are, 15 million people on the entire planet, half of them live in Israel. They're going to replace you? Really? I mean,
nobody knows who they are, where they come from, what they even stand for. It's a joke. It's probably, some sort of like NGO funded or perhaps criminal element within, I don't know, the CIA, or something like that that's behind it to sort of divide and conquer. Nobody on the right, like I said, respects these people, likes these people. They don't represent us. That is for certain. They could be all Democrats, like the Southern Poverty Law does, right? Allegedly, right? They've been charged with like 11 felonies for doing that very same thing, creating these false groups that are supposedly white supremacists and racists and things like that. And they're not. It's just all fabricated and made up to divide and conquer all of us in America. That's what I'm saying. and then when there probably is a real racist attack, like the black man on the white woman, the Ukrainian white one, they're not upset about it. And I've said it before. If you don't condemn all forms of racism equally, you are a racist. Do you understand? And I condemn all forms. If I see any form of it whatsoever, I condemn all of it. But we also have to realize that it's more black on white crime than white on black. And it's even more black on black crime than anything.
Yeah, and it's not looked the same. I mean, man, have you seen some of these clips coming out of the UK recently where there was one, I mean, there's several of these, but the most recent one was this white guy leaving a bar or something. He was clearly hammered, and he's just trying to stumble home. And there's 3 black guys surrounding him, beating on him, literally kick him to the ground while he's down. They're punching him and whatnot, and he tries to get up. And as soon as he gets up, this lady cop who's about 5'1" slams him against the wall. So his immediate reaction was to, take a swing back. And they threw the book at him. They made it look like he tried to fight a cop and yada, yada, yada. When he's just like, look, I need to go home.
Yeah.
I just want to go home. I have to take, And, it's again, though, there's 3 guys beating up on this white guy. And the cops immediately slam the white guy against the wall and let all the other guys run away.
Yeah.
Complete crap. Take him to jail, the whole 9 yards.
He had been knocked on the ground. He was disoriented. He was trying to get up. He didn't see that it was a cop that came at him. He was still trying to just defend himself because he was in, defend mode because he was being brutally attacked by 3 people, And so
somebody just slammed him against the wall. So of course he takes a swing. And I mean, the second he realizes the cop, he's like, oh crap, sorry.
Yeah, they don't care about that. The white man is bad, period. White man bad, orange man bad, MAGA bad, conservatives bad, Christians bad. Anything and everything that opposes the corrupt establishment on a global scale is bad.
Mm-hmm. There was another guy who was following along a Palestinian rally, and he started saying, Muhammad is no good, yada, yada. And the second he, quote unquote, defamed Muhammad, they had him in handcuffs 30 seconds later,
Yep.
So literally,
blast.
I mean, that's, but that doesn't count against Christianity.
Well,
you can say anything you want about Christianity, all you want, doesn't matter.
Well, I'm saying they're going by Muslim law now. That's what that's like.
Yeah.
So they're literally taking over, and they are. Look at the guy that was, I don't remember his name, but he's making videos all over the place. Him and Alex Jones are kind of going at it a little bit as well. And as I think Nick Fuentes also, they're kind of going at this Muslim guy who's shouting, a Muslim's
Sneeko.
Sneeko or Snako? What is that's
Sneeko, Sneeko.
That guy's crazy, dude. And as we've said, they believe they are taking over, and they want. Okay, look, Christians want to see all people become Christians, but by their own free will, not by force or coercion. He's saying we're going to make you all Muslim, basically. That's by force. Every home, he said, is going to become Muslim. Okay, these people.
God willing.
The reason the globalists like the Muslims so much is because they're a lot like they are. They're tyrants. They're authoritarian.
Yeah, they think they can use them for a little while, but they're going to get eaten up and chewed out like every other civilization that they've done that to. It just on and on and on. The entire Middle East. There's 48 countries you can look at that have, been consumed by Islam. And hey, man, if you want to add to that, go for it. Just not here in America. Thank you very much. UK, you can go down that road. Looks like you are. Your king just gave up his title as the, protector of Christianity, was it? And now he's just protector of religions in the kingdom. So, I mean, for 1,000 years, he's been the head of the Church of England. And now he's saying, well, yeah, but I'm also here for everybody. Not just Christianity. That's a 1,200, 1,400-year tradition that he just pissed out the window without so much as a rope cutting or anything. He just announces it in passing, and there you go.
Well, first it started out as it's all just coexist. You know what I'm saying? And this was sort of like a merging together. Like all religions are the same, and they even have a thing that's a real thing. It's the globalists are behind it, as a matter of fact, called Chrislam. It's supposed to be Christianity and Islam merging together as one religion, which could never possibly work because Christians believe that Jesus Christ has deity. He's part of the Trinity. He was the creator of the world, as it says in the book of John. And so that would be blasphemy according to the Muslims. So if there was some kind of a Chrislam, they would have to take away and strip Christ of his deity, but that wouldn't be Christianity.
Yeah, he would just be a prophet at that point.
And
right.
one that's less than Muhammad, probably.
Yeah, because Muhammad was the final and, the last and final, word.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's crazy. We're living in the most craziest times perhaps ever. And people are going crazy. People are going to the edge. I've warned about the woke right, black pill, doom and gloomers way, way, way before it was a thing. And now look how dangerous it's become. Look at Owen Schroyer, dude. He's constantly sitting in the abyss and just staring into it 24/7. And he's not the only one. There's a ton of people that's all they do. They are literally suffering from Trump derangement syndrome as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw a picture of him recently, and it was like, I don't know, I was looking at Macaulay Culkin or something,
I don't know, man.
He doesn't look like Owen Schroyer anymore. He's just completely whatever happened to him, man, I don't want it. It's like when Madonna stops taking her adrenochrome or whatever, and somebody gets a photo of her.
And he's acting strange on top of it, and he's got that weird, I call it the porno mustache. I hate those things, man. And I don't know, man. It's just things are just so strange. It's really hard for me to wrap my head around. But I've been really diving into this whole black pill woke right thing and writing many posts about it, warning about it, kind of letting people know why I think it's such a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem. I've said it many times before about people criticizing Trump. But once you become black pilled woke right, all you see is doom and gloom. All you see is Trump derangement syndrome. You can't see the good that's happening, and you refuse to talk about it, and you refuse to report about it. And that is what it means to be woke right. I mean, I can give you even a more thorough definition if you guys want, but it's very dangerous. Yeah, well, I'd have to bring up what I said because I probably couldn't pull it up off the top of my head. But essentially, it's like 5 or 6 different things that sort of point out because Brandon Straka was on the Alex Jones show, I believe it was today on the 3rd hour, and he was talking about the woke right and how he didn't understand what it even meant. And then when he figured it out, it's nothing but a mere lie. And then he gave his definition of what he thought woke right was. And I said, no, that's not what woke right is. And then I went and put in the whole definition of what woke right is on a post that I made. And as soon as I can find it, I'll kind of lay it out because it's better having spent time having written it and then talk about it than just going off the top of my head.
I'll tell you what, you take a second to find that. I'll bring up another story here and then we'll circle back. Former Democratic Florida gubernatorial nominee Andrew Gillum was just arrested with meth, cut straws, a bong, marijuana, and other things. Now, remember, this guy lost to DeSantis, 8 some years ago? By razor-thin margins. Razor-thin margins here, folks. This guy was caught having sex with a male prostitute with methamphetamines in the room before he even ran for governor of Florida, and he almost won. Imagine what a different state Florida would be today if this guy had been running it for the last 8 years. I mean, the lockdowns, you name it, every turn that DeSantis did to try to make Florida better, he would have taken the exact opposite route. It would be night and day, and there wouldn't be people flocking to it en masse. So, I don't know. I thought I'd bring that up. If you want to comment on that, go ahead, Barry. Otherwise, we can circle back if you have the article up.
Yeah. Well, I think the woke right is a real thing. And I think the people on the woke right are trying to define it as something that it's not. Here's what I believe woke right really means. To me, it means, first of all, that you're becoming very weak just like the woke left. It means you are being crafted and carried away by your emotions instead of being led by common sense and discernment. It means you see only predominantly doom and gloom and deny most, if not all, of the good that's taking place altogether. It can also mean that you are suffering from TDS to one degree or another. And you look at like Owen, and he does seem to be suffering from TDS. He said he was the worst president ever. He believes he's worse than Biden. That is a form of TDS, man. So what Brandon tried to do was demonize the term, which makes me want to use it even more. I don't care if they hate me for using it because I know what it means and I see it happening, and it's a virus. It's a woke right mind virus, very much similar to the left woke virus, mind virus that Elon talks about. We need to not go down this path. Look, if you want to criticize Trump, do it, but do it fairly. Talk about the good, talk about the bad. Trump even said on the interview with Brandon Straka that he probably talks too much about Trump's shortcomings and needs to talk more about what the Democrats are doing, their strategies, the globalists, and all the evil that they're doing. But instead, he's spending all of his time getting lost on anti-Trump talk. It's ridiculous, dude. And these people are conservatives. I understand if you have some complaints, but I believe a lot of the complaints are also premature. They're not giving Trump a chance to do what he needs to do. They're all upset because it hasn't happened as quick as they want it to happen.
Interesting take, man. Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how it happens, but once you get to that point, it's a downward spiral, and you better get out of it quick. Like real quick, because once it's infected you, it just, look, every time I go to these woke right people's side, whether it's Rex Jones or even Alex Jones, he's not completely woke right, or Owen Schroyer, I just play their video. The first thing that comes out of their mouth is just complete, total doom and gloom. Trump's terrible. We're going to World War III. The economy is about to collapse. We're about to have a hard civil war. Every evil possible scenario you can imagine, and they believe it as if it's fact. And then they lie about things like Alex Jones lied today on the show again. He keeps telling the same lie over and over about Trump, saying that Trump said he didn't care about the high gas prices. Yeah, he did say that, but you excluded the part that he said right after that, where he said, because they're about to go right back down. So they just make stuff up. And Jones knows better. He knows what Trump really said. So why is he demonizing Trump? Is he suffering from TDS, or is it a script and he's a white hat? I don't know, but it's all weird and it's all crazy, and things seem to be intensifying, and people are losing their marbles. They're losing their bearings. They're not tempering their ideas with sanity.
And Alex, to me, has always seemed to have sort of a big government, the sort of CIA, FBI sort of
Vibe.
Yeah. Not saying he's totally with them, but I know he's been in those rooms and those meetings through many points in his life. And I think a lot of the scripts that he runs with are handed to him through these types of channels to make these theories, viral, to make them happen, so that they can push other agendas. And, to a large degree, I'm sure some of that has gone on through the years with Alex, but not that I'm questioning his integrity or anything. But, he's been
that could be a good thing.
Pointed in directions.
It could be a good thing if it's good people in the CIA or the FBI. It could be a bad thing if it's the wrong group. You know what I'm saying? And look, we have so many of these people that are on the right, these in the alternative media, that have access to the White House, to top people, to perhaps even intelligence and so forth. We don't even know, but they're talking to very powerful people at the White House, if not Trump directly. Pete Santilli just admitted, I remember he was on the Alex Jones show before he started, condemning Alex Jones, which he's doing now. But he was on the Alex Jones show a few months ago where he admitted he's an FBI informant now. So the kinds of things that we're talking about, they may seem like they're make-believe, but they're not. In fact, Pete Santilli was one of the persons that turned over a whole bunch of documents to the White House that's getting some possible investigations from. At least that's what he's claiming. So he's and I think maybe I don't know, maybe Alex is a white hat, because he's got connections and he's just being told to sort of paint some other narrative for some strategic reason that maybe I'm missing. I'm hoping that's the case, but it could just be that he's suffering from TDS, or maybe he's getting bad intel from people inside the White House, like the bad guys. Who knows? I don't know. This is a very weird time, and I think it's very hard to put your finger on the pulse. That's why you won't hear you or me making crazy claims about something unless we're very confident about it. Have you noticed that we do that? And that's why we're right more times than not. But now the people that used to be right all the time are more wrong than they are right.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff flying around out there. There really is. I mean, I laugh about Candace, but really, a lot of people take her seriously. And this Nick Fuentes dude, they take some of this stuff seriously. Sneeko, there's a lot of nut jobs out there that have really wild theories that are very dangerous in some ways, and yet they're given much more of a platform than but again, this whole thing with Candace is starting to really blow up in her face, because she's got clips going out there that are just going viral right now of her saying that this the defendant Tyler Robinson didn't even step foot on campus that day. He was never there. And today we saw clip after clip after clip of him on campus walking around, through the CCTV. So yeah, he was there. He was there 4 times that day. He lived 4 hours away and he didn't go to the school. So what's he doing there?
Mm-hmm.
And so, you lied. You were lied to, and you repeated it with conviction, or you are lying and making it up yourself. One of the two. But the way that she's treated Erica Kirk is shameful. Shameful. I mean, I hope she has a hard time even looking herself in the mirror right now, because this is about to get really ugly for her. This trial she's just going to have to, deny the whole thing exists, and it's all, made up, cover up, and, the CIA and everything are behind the scenes making it happen. But what really happened is that, Erica Kirk climbed up on the roof and shot her husband. That's what really happened.
I mean, that's probably what's next. But I mean, what we do, here's something we do know for a fact, because it's come out, that there is all kinds of money flowing to both political sides of influencers, political pundits, and the alternative media are getting paid. Some of them are getting nice chunks of money to push certain propaganda. I mean, it goes back even to the shamdemic, when influencers were paid to push the jab. Remember that? So this is a real thing. And all these people, they just, I like this person, so I'm going to, maybe they're being paid. I don't know. Maybe you should be more careful with believing. Brent was talking about that. If you're going to question, make sure that you question in a way that's reasonable. I mean, he was saying something along those lines, similar to that.
Yeah, that there's so much garbage out there. We don't really have the time for it. And so, don't even waste your time consuming it until John Solomon from Just the News covers it. Then you can believe it.
Yeah, I like John.
Oh, John Solomon's a legend. And it's really cool that Brent is sort of, tapping on the door to his inner circle, so to speak, It's just really impressive, right?
Oh, yeah. And John keeps telling us, good things are about to happen, that there's investigations ongoing, arrests are probably forthcoming, all the things that we've talked about, man. And see, all these people that have gone woke right, they're going to have to backpedal when everything becomes crystal clear. Right now, we're in a season of ambiguity and uncertainty, and it's really hard to put your finger on the pulse. That's why we just been reporting, hey, this is what we can kind of be sure of, but this other stuff, a lot of that's your speculation. And the problem with the woke right is they don't believe in speculation. They assert speculation as if it's fact, and that's really problematic in my opinion.
So yeah, we need to be aware of what we're consuming, folks. There's a lot of crazies out there who are getting paid by nefarious institutions and people to divide us, to put that wedge in between society. And I'm guilty of it to some degree myself, not the getting paid part, but hey man, I want these socialists out of here. I want them out of here. They have no right being anywhere near our government. Our sacred city of New York City should not be under the rule of a open socialist who is his end goal, he said it before, every socialist says it when you really, get them to speak the truth, is that their end game is communism. They want communism in the United States, and I will never in a million years stand for that. I'll fight that with everything I have. Barry, where can people find you online?
Look for me on X Bullhorn Barry.
Okay.
Subscribe and drop a comment or something, and I'll respond back.
Good to know. Folks, you can find me over at minds.com, mands.com/censorship sucks. I am your host. Every Sunday night at 9:00 p.m. We do the show every Wednesday night as well, 6:00 p.m. So make sure to come back. Check me out over on Minds if you want to see what we're going to be talking about each week. Other than that, let's wrap it up here. Stay tuned, though, because there's much more to come from our producer, DREAGUS Productions, right after this break.
All right. Great show, guys. Thanks.
All right.
I'll get this up and out like I always do.
All right, man.
All right, man. We're going to end the room. So, Barry, thank you. Mark, thank you. We'll
Yep.
see you guys soon.
Sounds
See you on
good.
Sunday. And Barry, I'll
Ciao.
see you next Wednesday. I'm going to go over and get Jack Carey started. See what he's got tonight.
Sounds good. All right.
Take care.
Peace. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Mark.
Yep. All right. That was Censorship Sucks. Coming up right now is Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey. Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing really good tonight. How about everything over there? Are you feeling better now?
Yes, I am.
Great.
So, I am. Can finally walk.
You fell off the mower?
No, I actually was backing up with the mower, and I have these like large raised like gardens on my property, and I wasn't watching what I was doing, and it caught the back of my ankle, and I fell back flat, just as hard as I could fall. Like it was really surprised me.
Oh my God.
I know.
That's a mess. I'm glad you're all right and you didn't get hurt.
Thank
I had
you.
I had a great uncle that was mowing on a hillside, and he did it when he was younger, and he slipped, and he lost toes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was hoping nothing like that happened.
Yeah, thank God. So, how was your holiday?
Well, I had everything was pretty good until the migraines in between. With the heat, I get migraines a lot more often than normal, but everything worked out overall.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Good.
Roger Hanson in the Kick Chat. Oh yeah. So what do we got tonight, Jack? You've been out for a little while, and then we took last week off because of the 250 anniversary, and I also had to pick up my daughter the same day at the same time I would start shows. So I figured, hey, let's just get a break.
But it's going to be an interesting show because we're going to be talking about the testimony of Eric Burleson, the congressman, and sorry, I'm trying to get books propped up here so I can take this thing.
Yeah. Everybody out there, buy Jack's books. All right, buy them now. Show
That's
a
right.
couple of them, Jack, so you can. They're on Amazon, all the other bookstores, and online, and this, that, and the other. And yeah, buy them. Buy them now.
And you can see it with this like fancy thing. It like
Uh,
it's blocking the book out.
Yeah,
See,
it's
that's
blocking
the
you
government.
out and not showing up.
That's the government
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
that.
We'll have to write to some folks like L.A. Marzulli, how to do this right. Make sure that those books in that sell. And don't forget, if you're looking on at some of the artwork on the sides that's flashing right now, folks, you will see Jack's work. You'll the actual paintings that come up. Those are Jack's.
Nice.
So yeah, make
Awesome.
sure buy his art too. Yeah. So
Awesome.
we'll get that in. That's our shameless plug before the show starts. Anyways, we
Cool.
got about 30 seconds, Jack, and then we'll get going. Good
Alrighty.
paranormal stuff in the news for us tonight.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the whole show's paranormal in the news, but then we kind of bleed into controlling the collective subconscious.
There you go.
Awesome. How's Nancy?
She's doing pretty good from what I gather. And 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And we've had a little break. It's good to be back.
Hold on, Jack. Something's going on. You're getting a little garbly. I don't know what happened there. Check your wire real quick.
Yeah. I'll kick my computer. How's that?
Sounds good now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's the internet and live radio. What are you going to do? But it was an interesting, relaxing week. There were some good stuff to come out in Paranormal in the News. Big segment on my show. And we are on the great space roller coaster Earth, and who would ever believe that we would have a major mainstream congressman go on to a tier 1 podcast? That's like Joe Rogan like podcast. I won't mention exactly which one it is, but if you go into YouTube and look up Eric Burleson, I don't want to get in trouble for mentioning other people's channels. Sometimes that happens. But Eric Burleson, the congressman, was on a mainstream, hugely popular, hundreds of thousands of viewers podcast, and he talked about alien hybrids. I mean, would you have ever believed in the last 10, 20 years? A lot of us are old timers. We've been doing this for a very long time, and we remember imagining a congressman going on to openly discussing the idea that alien hybrids are, in fact, living among us, and that fact has been briefed to President Trump, and he has direct knowledge of that fact. That would never be. You couldn't make that up and have anybody believe it. You couldn't have written that into a fictional story and gotten it published. Like, there's just no way. Nobody would believe it. They would laugh it off. And here we are today in the age of rolling disclosure. Let's call it that. You have just Stern congressman, fresh to Washington and all of that, on a major podcast, and he's talking about alien hybrids walking among us. Now that's got to be some kind of like record of fiction becoming fact, right? Because nobody in the last 20 years that I've ever talked to about the research from Dr. David M. Jacobs or Bud Hopkins or Linda Moulton Howe, or, you know, the list goes on and on, Whitley Strieber, any of them that really believed anything I had to say, presenting them with the really overwhelming evidence that not only was there a hybridization program occurring between our species and another species, but that it's possible, if you listen to the likes of Richard Dolan, to explain the totality of all UFO activity being nothing but a side effect of this program. In other words, we just keep seeing their craft coming and going or whatever. Those craft are all engaged in the same program of hybridization. It's one big program and all the craft are involved. And, you know, he runs some equations that are pretty interesting when you listen to them about, you know, you could make a case. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying it's an interesting, you know, part of this, the architecture of this particular wormhole. So here we are. You got this mainstream congressman, and he is on the Senate House Intelligence Committee on Secrets. It's a new one that they have with Representative Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burchison, from the congressman from Tennessee. And Anna Paulina Luna, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, is the one who says that she was taken into the SCIF. She was shown top secret files. A SCIF is a facility that you are allowed to go into to view. If you have a security clearance sufficiently high enough, you can go into these facilities, and in them are housed the most secret documents that we have. And if you're allowed to be read into them, like she is, because she is the head of this secrets committee, I think Trump was the one who got this whole thing kind of rolling. She says that they showed her files that proved to her conclusively that these beings, at least the ones shown to her in this file, were extra dimensional in nature. They came from another dimension. That's in keeping and matching with early FBI memos we have from roughly around the time of Roswell, talking about a space alien species having come here through an interdimensional portal, created, however, by our nuclear testing. It is interesting cross pattern to note that the UAPs have a constant presence around all of our nuclear facilities and ships and everything else. If those memos from the FBI in 1947 are correct, and it says that our nuclear testing somehow damaged their world in another dimension, it's like a planet, but it's on the ether. You're going to have to get used to terms like ether, because that is what even the Congress people are talking about right now. Think of the ether as sort of the matrix out of which our reality is formed. It's a good way to put it. But if you have creatures that are living on a planet that basically is the same spot in space as our planet, but in another dimension. Somehow the nuclear testing penetrated that wall between dimensions and it damaged their planet. And then they decided that they were going to come through the hole and try to colonize. Their genetics aren't sufficient in this dimension in order to colonize a planet like the Earth. So they began a hybridization program, and apparently they are exquisite genetic masters of, genetic experimentation. If not them, then the praying mantis beings that appear to be in charge of the gray aliens certainly are. And who's to say that they are, anything more than a type of artificial intelligence created by an even greater intelligence of some kind, whom we've not even seen? We may have not even seen the real face of the alien presence that's interacting with us. There's a concept in sci-fi and a concept in science itself that states that any sufficiently advanced civilization won't ever purposely expose itself to another alien species of any kind, even if it thinks itself superior. Why would you do that when you are so advanced that you can create living beings that work like machines on your behalf to go out and engage that life form for you and to send back intelligence and data? So that you're never exposed to any sort of risk and your species is never exposed to the risk, only your technology. That's something that even, they're called von Neumann probes for those of you that like to deep dive these kind of things. So, and it was Arthur C. Clarke, the inventor of the telecommunications satellite, and the great science fiction author, who said that any sufficiently advanced science will be indistinguishable from magic. Think about that for a minute. Any sufficiently advanced science will be indistinguishable from magic. And what are we seeing with this technology? We are seeing a technology that behaves to us like magic. It even creates things like apotheum effects where it bends time in a localized fashion. That's incredible stuff. The stuff previously only of science fiction novels, and now we are seeing all of this sort of bubble up to the surface of what's coming out of some very well-informed and high-ups in the Pentagon, and in the government, in the Congress, in the Senate, in various military positions. It's all beginning to bubble up in a way that appears to be more than what the powers that be that are trying to keep this all contained are able to deal with. I have mentioned previously that the Webbot has stated many times that this alien intelligence has a self-revealing nature to it. In simple terms, what that means is that ultimate disclosure will occur on its terms, not on ours. And that's because it has a self-revealing nature to it. Once it begins to ascertain that it can safely reveal itself to our species, we'll probably begin to see the true face of whatever this true alien intelligence is that the gray aliens and the others appear to be just parts of. And of course, all of this feeds back into ultimately to my unified field theory of paranormal activity, in which I state in my book, Paranormal Planet, that I wrote 20 years ago, that all paranormal activity appears to divide into two separate trunks of the same tree, branches off the same trunk, if you will. One of those branches is activity derived from an interdimensional source, and the other is derived from Earth's interaction with its parent society. Let's call it a parent society. That's such a better term than a type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale, which is how we normally would put that. There was a Russian scientist, his name was Nikolai Kardashev. He came up with the idea that if you could judge how advanced a civilization was, then you could judge it by its power consumption. The idea being that the greater your technology, the greater the amount of power it would take to power that technology, etc., etc. This led them down a line of logic that stated that they would eventually create these huge spheres that would encompass neighboring stars around their planet, and these spheres would literally absorb all the energy from that star and redirect that energy in a way that would benefit the species to power their technology to go out and colonize other planets, etc., right? And this would be a step-by-step, wash, rinse, repeat process as you went through a galaxy, right? I mean, first you would send out your intel probes. You would detect what life there was. If you had some sort of ability to terraform planets, those probes would tell you which planets had the ability to be terraformed. The next wave would go out and begin to terraform. The next wave plant it with genetics. And eventually, over billions of years, the parent civilization comes by and they begin to farm back these civilizations into its own fold. You have to think much, much bigger than what we've been thinking before on a huge galactic scale, right? And then on top of this whole thing, we have weird cross currents like the so-called plasmoid beings. Trust me, this won't be the last time you hear this term. Who knew in the world of ufology and the world of paranormal research, out of all of the alien taxonomy we've been able to ascertain from various researchers over an 80-year period, who would have thought that it was the plasmoid beings that the government's about to come out and tell us about? That's the first part of the hey, we got a lot of aliens to tell you about snowball to get rolling. You know what I mean? To hear Eric Burleson tell it in his recent testimony, he says that the intelligence communities have been actively getting together various religious leaders from various Christian communities and sects around America, and they are assembling them, and then they are having these sort of meetings with them, disclosure meetings, where they are telling them, guys, this thing is rolling fast. We're begging you to get your people prepared for disclosure that's about to come. Right, and that's very interesting. And then you have Eric Burleson telling us that in the same podcast testimony that he was approached, he called it bumped, right? He was at a congressional meeting where these mysterious, intelligence agents showed up, and during the break of one of these hearings or whatever, they kind of bumped into him and said, we can't even tell you our names, or who we work for, but we're basically conducting a clandestine investigation into the religious implications of UAPs. In other words, he said that these guys were devoutly, Christian people. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm describing the architecture of the rabbit hole. This is what is going on behind the curtain, behind the scenes, right? Behind the scenes, there are, evangelical Christian-like people at the Pentagon involved in the UAP research around the periphery of it, embedded, if you will, by way of the so-called Collins elite. And apparently this other group, which isn't part of the Collins elite, as far as Eric Burleson is aware, he says. And they are sort of waging a ideological war behind the scenes, because in their minds, all of that is evil. The UAPs, their activity, the hybridization program, the entities themselves, the fact they came from another dimension, that's all just pure out demonic. That's the way they see it, and they will act accordingly. That is something I learned very well early on in my interaction with various esoteric groups around the world, of which I had a lot of contact many, many years ago with various groups. The one thing I learned intimately was that these were people who believed a certain way and who acted accordingly. You have to keep that in mind, because it's in the acting accordingly to a belief system that you find ultimate motive, and it's an ultimate motive that you find all of the various dominoes that we can see that are about to fall, what have you. So you have this sort of ideological battle taking place. You have congressmen on major podcasts. Tim Burchett's been on a ton. Anna Paulina Luna's been on a ton. They're all talking about aliens. They're talking about hybrids. They're talking about reptilians. They're talking about things that used to get a tinfoil hat put on to the rest of us, right? And all kinds of ridicule, and called total nutcases or weird or what have you. I'm sure I alienated more than my share of both friends and family members over the course of a 30-year period, having brought up the topical discussions on a number of paranormal subjects that to them isn't a part of any sort of reality they want anything to do with. They just don't. It's a big no.
But you set them right. You set them straight, though, Jack. Right?
That's right. Now I hope, in my old age, as I'm mellowing, that they look back on some of those conversations and say, old Jack, he probably wasn't as crazy as I at first made him out to be. Now, that's not to say I'm not spectacularly insane, because I am. However, crazy I am not. And so it is an interesting place in which we find ourselves. So as we go down and continue to describe the architecture of this particular rabbit hole, because his testimony leads us down some really interesting places, we're going to discover that really underlying some of these interactions with some of the whistleblowers, apparently who were there at the facility, right next to the craft. One of them was in a combat scenario overseas. Apparently, we either captured or this was our technology. He's not sure. He was allowed to see a floating black orb that was blacker than black. Light could not escape it. That's what he said. And that it gave him a distinctly ominous, evil-like feel as he walked around it. And he said that people naturally were repelled from this thing. We'll get back to this rabbit hole right after our break.
All right, Jack. Great job.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Crazy Uncle Jack.
That's right. I am crazy Uncle Jack.
Yeah.
Crazy cousin Jack. Crazy brother Jack.
Yeah. Everybody has them in a family. At least one.
It's that one conspiracy nut that they cringe to invite to the Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah. But most of the time their name is Bob. But anyways.
Right.
You lucked out on that one, Jack. But anyways,
I did.
I need to reach out for you to Connie. You haven't talked to Connie in years. Connie Willis.
Oh yeah, not in a long time.
Yeah, so I'm going to reach out to see if we can get her. And if we can get her, she can help us get Jim Peniston in. Possibly.
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that be great? That's just between us and the people that are listening right now that I'm going to try to shoot for. All right? To land you Connie first. And then you can talk to her about abductions and regression and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, if we can get her. Now, she's a very busy lady, and she started her YouTube back again, and it's her and Peniston doing it together.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool.
So maybe if they do it on a Wednesday night, we can combine the broadcast together if it's all right. If I can work that out, that would be great. But one thing at a time. I'll reach out to her sometime between now and next week. And I don't know if she's going to when she'll reply back, but I've had her on my old show before a couple times. Yep. So, yep.
Be fun.
Remember, what's my old show called again? There goes my
Cafe
age.
Enigma?
My old timers is coming back. Yeah.
Cafe Enigma?
Cafe Enigma, yeah. Yeah. I
Absolutely.
I think one of those nights you and Jack, no, you and JC were on with her. I'll have to go back. I might have to go back. That's been years ago.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
With JC being on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll shoot a line out to her. I know she's busy with Coast and her other stuff, and but I think If we can get her, that'd be a great guest for you.
Well, yeah, I
But
would
don't
love
forget,
to have
everybody
her
that's
on.
listening, buy Jack's books and his art.
That's right. That's right. Buy my books and my
Yeah.
paintings.
Shameless plugs, right?
That's right. That's right. This particular podcast is brought to you by
Jack's books.
by my books and my paintings. So there you go.
I'm trying to help you out, Jack. You know, if we can, you go ahead and clip that out if you want later on.
No, I like it. By the way, you YouTubers, check out my new book, The Vanished Vanguard. Is actually selling really well. It's about all of the missing scientists that are out there, along with the missing general, all tied to UFO research. And I delved into a real deep dive on that investigation.
Okay, Jack, I forgot to tell you we've got less than 30 seconds, but we're coming up on your countdown like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Everybody to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and I am your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone. Tonight we are talking about recent testimony out of Congressman Burleson and how that leads us down many very interesting rabbit holes. Not only that, but it really, Burleson... He basically stated that he's had personal interaction with David Grush. I mean, he hired David Grush, the guy who said that he had direct knowledge that the craft had been recovered and that biologics had been also recovered inside of those craft to the Congress. That's the guy, right? He was the, I would call him basically MIB. That guy was kind of like a man in black, right? He's the X-Files archetype of the military intelligence guy that had access to the actual UFO programs. And he knew he could point the fingers to the right people that had it, right? That's the guy. So, he had interaction with Grush and he had interaction with Jake Barber, and Jake Barber's the insider who was the special operations helicopter pilot who they tasked with going out and picking up various craft and retrieving those craft for the military and for the CIA. Now, it's interesting because Burleson on this podcast goes into some pretty exotic stuff, some pretty shocking stuff, very interesting stuff. And this leads us into, strangely enough, the realm of human trafficking, which is very strange. And this idea, because now, it's not just this testimony out of Jake Barber. There's some others that are pointing the finger in this direction. Barber says that the CIA and other various deep black intelligence type groups involved with the UFO, UAP / alien / hybridization program have been doing some really nefarious stuff. They have been going around to third world countries, locating people in those countries via agents on the ground who exhibited psychic abilities, and then they disappeared those people into a form of human trafficking. That human trafficking was for people that were actively psychic, that could use their psionic abilities, if you will, to help with the UAP program. They then apparently began to use these people to summon the UFOs, because you can psionically connect your consciousness with that of one of these craft and you can get it to land. They have been actively doing that and then recovering the craft. Also, they are using EMP weapons, cannons, this was something actually first described by the great Joseph McMoneagle of CIA Stargate fame, who was the, as far as I'm concerned, the all-time all-star, better than Ingo Swann, remote viewer that they ever had. If you've not read the work of him, then you should do so, because it's truly amazing. He does have a number of books that he's put out, and a lot of them had future predictions, which now have all come true. But it was Joseph McMoneagle who basically stipulated the same thing, that he remote viewed something that was exactly that the CIA had developed an EMP weapon of some kind, and that they were knocking these UFOs out of the sky. Now, could this somehow be cross-referenced in the rabbit hole over to a lot of testimony coming out of so-called whistleblowers that approached Linda Moulton Howe over many years, as well as a lot of various footage that has been captured, quite frankly, in which I have on a film on my YouTube channel called UFO Wars. If you want to see an example of what I'm talking about, could all of this be cross-referenced over to my friend, late, great Nick Pope, very nice man, where he said that the UFO phenomenon contains a truth too terrible to be told. We have to ask ourselves, what would a truth too terrible to be told sound like? Might it sound like UFOs in combat with one another, caught on film? And might that cross-reference over to whistleblower testimony given to Linda Moulton Howe that stated that they knew that there was a conflict between alien species for control of this planet and, by the way, control of the human species? Is that a truth too terrible to be told? I think so. Because what if the bad guys win on that one, right? And the human species basically just becomes enslaved by an alien, neurologically superior alien species. See, it's not enough that they're technologically superior, because technological superiority can be overcome psionically. Something I wrote about in my book, American Sorcerer, 30 years ago, which has now become something which is exactly what is being taught to these people in the psionic program. It is a combination of esoteric techniques combined with the Stargate program's control protocols, developed with hundreds of millions of dollars under laboratory conditions to prove that psychic functioning was occurring and not something that just appeared to be psychic functioning. That is all in my book, American Sorcerer. You can also check that out if you want to deep dive that subject and the idea of how to basically use ancient techniques and exercises in order to increase your own psionic abilities. Which is very strange, by the way, Mark, because that book has started to sell very well lately, and I can't, that's just odd because there's no advertisement for it or anything like that, and all of a sudden it just picks up. I can't figure that out, but...
Well, they were psychic about it. In between all this stuff, we kept saying, buy Jack's books. All right? Mm-hmm. Of course, they're psychic. They just learned a little bit ahead of time.
Right, maybe that's it. I don't know. But if you want to know the secrets that I was able to extract out of many esoteric groups over a very prolonged period of time, They all wound up in my book, American Sorcerer, and I married what they told me with the actual control protocols developed by the CIA to control the psychics used in the remote viewing programs. This allowed groups to actually conduct scientific testing under the same laboratory conditions for psychic functioning that they've been hoping they were getting the whole time. It's a game changer. So, but anyway, apparently, according to Barber's testimony to Burleson and a bunch of other people, and they believe him. There's no doubt about it. Like, they totally believe this guy. And I do too. I'm not saying I don't believe him. I think he's telling the truth. But how bizarre, right? You couldn't write this stuff into a fictional novel and have anybody buy it that didn't laugh and say, oh God, this guy is just full of you know what, this author's is just making stuff up out of his just you know what. No, this is the truth. This is how all of this is lining up. And you couldn't make this stuff up if you had the best imagination on earth. You just have to sit back and laugh and say, oh my God, the universe really does have a sense of humor, and we are getting a full dose of all of that right now. So yeah, you have all of that going on, and alongside of that, that if Burleson is part of the Secrets Committee, and he's been told personally that Trump was read into the hybridization program, that the hybrids were really here and walking among us. Reportedly, and I'm not making this up, reportedly, Trump looked up and said, "You mean like Adam Schiff?" So that's funny. And you can see where that sense of humor would come out during that kind of a moment. But I'm not thinking that he's somebody that's going to just sort of roll over and say, oh, well, nothing we can do about that one. No, I think the minute he got briefed was the minute that you heard the White House taking over the UFO investigation, which they have now done. This is no longer a Congress thing. This is no longer a Senate thing. The White House now has control of the disclosure investigation. And according to Burleson, they were sort of, the Secrets Committee was sort of cut out of this thing with the White House overtaking the UAP investigation and appointing its own scientific group and the whole thing, right? And then he gets on the phone. He's like, well, we don't appreciate being cut out of this thing. And they're like, well, you're not getting cut out of it. You're who we're coming to next because we don't know who to ask. Now think about that. The White House has to put together a group of experts in order to figure out what are the right questions and who are the right people to ask those questions to in order to get the right answers they need to have the doors open. Because with Congress, you can have somebody like David Grush or Jacob Barber testify all they want to, and a congressman can go up and pound on the door, but they don't have to answer the door. When it comes to the White House, they walk up and they just kick the door in. That's a whole other story, a whole other level of authority that you're not going to get out of the Senate over the Congress. And the fact that they have now taken the football out of their hands and said, all right, boys, we're going to give this one a go, might be an indication of what we're all about to see, which is going to be a real interesting continuing snowball effect of UFO disclosure. Now, this is interesting because all of this leads us into this back around into the interdimensional really problem there's a problem with operating these craft. And apparently, according to Dr. Stephen Greer, when you operate the actual craft itself that generates the gravity and all of that, it can rip a hole in the membrane between dimensions. And when you do that, you get things that come through those little wormholes. Remember when Bob Lazar said, he flipped on the little generator thing inside the craft that they had, and element 115 goes in the top of this thing, and which they didn't even know existed at the time, and now 20 years after his testimony, they proved element 115 was real. Anyway, when he flipped that on, that thing, he said, formed a tiny little black spot out in front of it. And that black spot was blacker than black. Light couldn't escape it. It was a tiny little black hole. That's what the propulsion system of these craft can do. And when you can generate that kind of gravity in a localized fashion, you can create interaction between dimensions. And we refer to that interaction as paranormal in nature. Now, the Pentagon and their scientists are referring to it as the hitchhiker effect. So we now know where the origin of the hitchhiker effect is coming from. It's coming from the operation of the craft themselves. When you bend space and time, you invariably cause holes between dimensions. And when you do that, you get what we describe as paranormal activity, quantumly entangling itself, if you will, with the observer. And that's stuff like poltergeist activity and, like full on black entities walking across your bedroom in the middle of the night, all the way up to and including a full-on dogman encounter and other cryptid animals. All of that's part of the hitchhiker effect, according to the scientists that are the best in the world that are now being employed by the Pentagon in order to study all of this. So, if there's whole communities out there right now in various paranormal subjects, on social media that have sort of walled themselves off to anything but their own sort of dogma. No pun intended. I don't know how can we fuse dogma with dogman? The dogma of dogman. Now that's a brilliant idea for a book. I'm going to do that. So, but, it's interesting because we are now in a place where the Webbot said we would be. We are in the place where sci-fi world emerges. I've said this time and again. It's the one prophecy that was made more than clear, was that not only did the alien intelligence interacting with human species have a self-revealing nature to it, but that we're probably not even seeing the real face of the real alien behind it all. So wrap your mind around that. And then on top of that, it appears as though this may have all originated in another dimension of some kind. And you're having scientists like Robert Temple, who wrote The Serious Mystery, publishing books called The New Science of Heaven, right? In which he brilliantly encodes the entire idea of the plasmoid beings actually existing as far out as the Lagrange points in space, very specific points where there are plasma clouds, and that those clouds are perhaps conscious, and that these little plasmoid being things are like little emissaries from those clouds. You know, you can't make this kind of stuff up, right? Like, it's just crazy. Could it be that the plasmoid beings are responsible for some of the hitchhiker effect? In other words, I've long suspected that there was a singular entity masking itself as various phenomenon for some unknown purpose, but very much like the mimic octopus in our oceans that can alter its shape, alter its color, alter its form, alter everything to make itself look like something else, like another creature, like a sea snake, like a turtle, like anything other than what it is. Really, how far of a stretch of the imagination is it to say, well, couldn't there also be an alien life form or a natural life form on this planet that was on land, dry land, that had roughly that same kind of ability to just change its shape and form into something else? I think that's highly possible, right? And it might be an explanation for a lot of cryptid activity that we see. And that kind of leads us into crypto world and crypto land. See, this is a very interesting rabbit hole because the architecture it's jagged in spots, it's smooth in other spots, and it's somewhat breathtaking in some of the cavernous areas that it encompasses, because you're going from, and you're beginning to see the pieces of the puzzle form from a technology that was literally created in another reality brought into this one. Now, what we need to ascertain is how long ago were these interdimensional portals opening and closing, because it probably wasn't just our nuclear testing that did it at one time in the 40s. But at what point did these entities begin to make it into this dimension? Because we've got what looks to be cave paintings of UFOs. Now, the plasmoid beings would be one thing. If the cavemen saw like just orbs of light, that'd be one thing. But a lot of these paintings look like disc-shaped craft. They look like nuts and bolt disc-shaped craft, right? So this goes back a very long time. Just watch Ancient Aliens. You can see all of the history of how far back it may go. But where does that lead us today? Have they genetically manipulated us to be what we are today? And if so, why would they need to hybridize with us? That doesn't make any sense. And so, was it many species who have had a hand in our genetic lineage? And why would that make sense? These are all hard questions we've got to begin to ask ourselves right now. And going back to the missing scientist, it turns out that General Neil McCaslin, the guy that's still missing, the guy that was in charge of, the Air Force's most exotic technology, and in charge of a lot of other stuff too, by the way. Eric Burleson actually goes through all of the things this man was in charge of. If anybody knew where the skeletons were buried, it was General Neil McCaslin, whose vanishing I talk about extensively in my new book, The Vanished Vanguard, but whose vanishing has still not been solved, and who Burleson claims he had already approached Neil McCaslin to interview him, and that was going to be a precursor to him testifying in front of Congress. And this was the guy. And of course they disappeared him, because they're that close. that was the point I also wanted to make with the closing of my show tonight, is that we're that close. We're so close that they're having to kill them off shortly before they get to congressional hearings, and we're noticing that they're killing them off. We're that close. That's really close, guys. When you stop to think about it, we're that close to breaking down the wall forever and having full-on UAP alien disclosure occur and sci-fi world emerge and the new economy wave sweep over the planet and all these new technologies become available to the human species, lifespans being extended for hundreds of years. And it won't even be a problem because we won't pollute anymore because we all have clean burning energy. That is, my friends, is a true new golden age. That is the upswing of the Kali Yuga that I keep talking about. That is the planetary cycle. And that's what happens when you pop up out of that debris field and you begin to get those beams from galactic center. You begin to absorb that energy. So I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. Join me next week for another interesting rabbit hole. We will jump right down it and we'll explore it all the way, guys. Until then, I will see you on the radio.
Great job, Jack. Great job. I just realized while we were towards the end that I probably should have told you to move your camera down so it could see you a lot better. Because every time you scooched up, it cut your face off, and all we could see was your cap. But you know, hey, we're just coming back off of a break. But you know, hey, we'll be all right.
That'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's just for the live video feed, anyway.
Yeah.
You'll have to. So, and that for you YouTubers out there is tonight's show. We've been off for was ill 1 week and then we had off July the 4th, so that's why there's been a delay, but I will get this out to you guys ASAP, and I hope all of you are doing really well. I will see you soon.
Yep, and I'll get my stuff up and out probably by the end of the night or early tomorrow morning. All right?
Sounds good, sir.
All right. I got to take and get over to Miss Nancy here in a minute. Y'all take care out there, and we're going to get her up. This has been Paranormal Intelligence Agency, and we got more to come. Another couple hours of goodies. Thanks, Jack. If you can, jump in with us. I don't know what Nance got tonight, but it should be fun.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what's going on up there. If I can, I will come back down to my office and see what's going on with you crazy people.
Yeah, you just got to lower that camera a little bit more.
Okay, yeah.
Because when you scooched in, oh, there you go. I don't know. Maybe your chair was down too low.
That could be. I flipped my
when you
lid
did
up
that,
there.
everything's perfect now. It kept going lower and lower and lower. I'm like, oh my goodness. All right, let me get her up and running, and I will catch you later on then.
All right, thanks, Mark.
All right,
I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right.
Bye. All right. Jack Carey, Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Let me stroll over here and see if I can get the Vixen's Vault up and rolling. We'll see in a minute. There we go. Get the folks over here going. 1, 2, 3. Hey, David. Hi, Nance.
Hey. Hey, David.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Lancy. Hello.
Oh, you sound tired, my love.
Oh yeah, I've been fighting my air conditioner all day.
Oh no. I had to
man.
replace mine. I think I told you I had to replace mine like 2 months ago.
Is Raph coming in?
It was
Is that
like
right? I didn't know that.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, it had died totally, and I mean, we went 2 days with no air. In fact, we got 2 little like window units to try to like just to get keep the humidity out. But it was miserable. And
Go
ahead.
No, you're hotter than I am. Down there.
Oh, yes, I am, David. Yes, I am.
Oh my goodness.
Vicky, there's my Vicky. There she
Hey,
be.
Mark, Edworthy,
Hello, Nancy.
Hi.
Mr. Mark Edworthy. Okay, so you guys, if you didn't notice in the chat, I am doing a video because this year is actually the Vault's 20th
Yeah,
Jubilee.
saw it. You did a great
Um,
video. I saw that before.
I'm working on it because I don't like the last photo. I'm having a hard time rendering where I can get other things past. That photo sits there for like a minute. I'm like, okay, I'm tired of looking at the photo. What the hell? So, I mean, I put it through. I'm trying to re-render, but I've got everybody's photos, Vicky, but yours.
Yep.
My love. Because you are all part of the Vault. All of you.
Well,
So,
it's okay if I give you the only one I is
yes.
my
Yes.
driver's license because
30
of
seconds.
the other things going on. Yes,
It's okay.
Okay.
Whatever you want to send. I'll even take a caricature. I don't care.
Yep. I was
Angels,
I was
right?
gonna send you one of mine like that, but I don't know, man. It's like-
Why? It's fun. It's fun, and you guys
What?
are with me.
I
You know,
don't-
again,
I
it's been
don't
20
like.
years.
Please don't use that picture of mine. I know you probably did.
All
but,
right, I'll switch it.
don't
No,
like
I
it.
did. Did you not see the revised video?
I didn't see
Rocky's
it.
ready
But
to kill me.
anyways, here's your countdown. We'll talk on break. 5,
All right.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live for the very first time tonight, right now.
And welcome everybody to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, Wednesday, July the 8th. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I hope everybody enjoyed their 250th birthday of the United States of America, July 4th celebrations. I was ready to kill my neighbors because they were setting off the gigantic fireworks, and we live in a really rural area with not a lot of tree coverage. So, yeah, that means like everything sounds like it's blowing up till about 3 in the morning. Good times.
Ooh.
Good times.
Roman candles. Is that what those are? Oh my God.
Oh yeah, well no, these are beyond. These are like the professional because we're out in a rural area. There's really no prohibition on the type of fireworks that can be used. So these
That's
are like
funny.
the cannon ones that just boom, boom, and then you've got the big, huge, beautiful explosion. It's like yay! And by the 50th time, stop!
Did it freak your animals out?
Oh my God! Well, 2 of my dogs, my teacup chihuahua is completely deaf. My chug is getting there, but the youngest one, Molly, you know, she's only a year and a half old. Oh boy, that poor dog. She was
Aw.
trying every which way. Like she literally forced her way under our blankets on the bed and buried
Mhm.
herself. And then you could feel her, like the whole bed felt like it was a massage bed because she was shaking and the whole bed's like, and I think by like 10, 11 p.m., the teacup, she was feeling the vibrations of the explosion. Because, again, it's a rural area. I think I told you guys when we get some thunderstorms sometimes, it sounds like it's literally rolling on the land because it's such a rural area and we have the water surrounding us. So the acoustics are really different here. But, oh boy. Yeah. 4th of July, great day. We did have a lot of fun though. We really did.
That's good.
We actually went to a couple of friends of ours' homes who have a house on the water. And Ralphie and his best friend got really drunk. So we were home by 7. The whole reason we were there was to see fireworks over the water, even though it's only a mile from here. And Ralphie's friend's wife and I looked at each other at like 7 o'clock. We're like, yeah, they're toast. Those idiots are complete toast. They were drinking beer in the heat in the pool.
Oh no.
Brain surgery. There we go.
Mm. So it was
yeah,
still rolling when they went home, right?
Oh,
Something was
dude.
rolling.
Well, actually,
Oh, no.
I actually have video and photos for evidence. Robbie hates it when I do that, but I do. I mean, like, I love my Robbie's best friend's wife. She is a New Yorker. She's a hoot, but she kept putting like these little like 4th of July like decorations on them because they were both passed out. And we were taking pictures. It was awesome. It was really fun. But it was a busy week, and to the listeners, yes, we took a week off, and Mark took a much needed break, which I was really actually happy he decided to do that. Happy for him, and happy for us because we all kind of got a break, which was nice.
Oh, by
But
the
it
way,
was a busy week.
by the way,
Yep.
Straits of Hormuz open and then closed.
They're open. No, they're closed again because we just bombed the snot out of Iran about 2 hours ago. No joke, we did.
Cracked up, Mark Edwards.
Well, that's because, Vic, you haven't been here. See, pretty much through the whole show, intermittent times, you'll hear us. Straits of Hormuz are open.
I know.
Nope, they're closed.
Oh, I just want to say a big shout out to Mark. Hail Lord Buckethead!
Oh, no. Wow. Okay, but it has been a very interesting 2 weeks. And I'm not even saying on the political level, although it is kind of political, but Congress has reopened the MK Ultra files.
Yep.
And it is getting fiery, toasty. In fact, I just made a post because they're revealing technology that I've talked about for years that people always thought that's a myth. It's this, it's that. No, I'm telling y'all it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if you don't think it's real, then you don't understand the technology we're talking about. It's absolutely real. One of them being the heart attack gun, which the CIA swore up and down did not exist. Oh yeah, it does. And they've refined that sucker. I mean, when you say heart attack gun, they were using that in the 60s and the 70s.
That's appalling.
Oh, I know. And the worst part is people are like, oh, isn't that horrible that this new technology, it's so horrible. It's like, new? What? Did you just drop out of a tree? They've been literally using that since the 60s and the 70s. And forget the V2K, the voice to skull, which they're calling Havana syndrome. Mm-hmm. No, it's been around for decades, generations actually. And what the new one that got released today was actually the ability to plant thoughts in people's heads, and the ability to plant words and memories in people's heads. And guys,
that's actually quite easy. It's called the mainstream media.
Yes, but you're talking like immediate, like an immediate. It's almost like a Manchurian Candidate deal, except it's not over time. It's immediate. They can point the weapon at the head and literally insert thoughts and scenarios and memories that didn't belong there. And I've talked about this before. They've been doing this for a long time.
Well, can I ask you something? Can I ask just how do they have to have some sort of receiver within the body that, or I guess phone number or phone way that they can get it to?
Not necessarily. I think the technology has advanced. I think at one point in time when cell phone technology first came out, that was one of the ways it was being delivered, or actually it was the way of finding the target. Right. To be honest with you.
Now, Nancy, you're not talking about the DC police having those in their backpacks at the
at J6.
At the J6, are you? You're not implying that ever happened.
I told you that happened. I mean, they didn't. And again, these people, they're conspiracy wackos. No, dude, no, we're really not. We just know what you have in your arsenal. Mm-hmm. And we know how to actually deflect what you have in your arsenal. See, that's the beauty of it. If you're aware of the technology, you know how to protect yourself from it. You know, like I've told you guys before, there are websites out there that actually sell EMF shielding clothing, EMF shielding hats, things that would actually protect you from this technology.
And they work.
And, yeah, they do work. And
Hang on,
Even the
EMF
movie,
shielding, that would mean just standard, in fact, I've got some over here, tin foil.
Yeah,
yes, like I
No,
said,
yes.
Aluminum
Exactly.
foil is not tin foil. Okay.
It works. It works.
well, here's the thing. That's why the tinfoil hat thing, everybody laughs at it, but it's actually, it will protect you. What was that movie? Was it Signs?
Yes.
Where the kid was wearing the tinfoil hat, and then all the adults, you see all the aliens show up, and the next thing you know, he's sitting on the couch, and 3 of them sitting there with tinfoil hats.
Yep.
Yeah, it is an effective way to shield your brain from both EMF, actually ELF, which is extreme low frequency, which they also use, and it's also another devastating weapon. And then you've also got, believe it or not, certain forms of radiation. It can shield you from it. Microwave. It can shield you from microwave energy. So, again, there's a lot to it. And there are places out there where they actually sell specialized clothing, specialized headgear, things that, we do it in the paranormal. This is how I knew about this, was because of ghost hunting. We figured it out back in the 1990s.
Interestingly enough, I used this. The reason I've got this tinfoil here is I use it to line the inside of my wallet.
Yep.
To stop.
RFID. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yep, because it keeps your oh God, you guys. It's not, I don't know if your driver's license our driver's license have RFID chips. So mine's in an actual case that can't be penetrated. But yeah, your credit cards all have RFID. Your driver's license has RFID. If you have a special like CDL licenses that they have to carry and rig on the visors, all have RFID chips. Your vehicles have RFID chips, all of them. Going all the way back, I think the only vehicles that are not chipped are pre-2005.
Woohoo! My car beats it. 1999.
Yep, your engines actually have multiple chips that can be tracked. And actually, do you guys remember Malaysian Airlines when it crashed? What was it, Flight 370 or something like that? Yeah. You realize that when they said they could not find that flight, that was the biggest. I got so mad. Yep. My dad was a DOD contractor that worked on he worked on jets and planes. He knew every part, everything that was in their engines. And I remember him looking at me going, well, that's interesting, because those jets actually have a Mercedes engine in them, and those things are chipped. You can ping them. I mean, it could be 40 miles under the water, and it's going to return a ping. He was like, because they're so incredibly expensive, that's why they chip them, believe it or not. Not for safety, but because of the expense of the engine. And, he was like, yeah, no, I don't understand why, unless the engine was what blew, which I doubt that highly. And then, of course, I showed him that wonderful little piece of film that surfaced about, I think that was like 4 years ago, that surface. It shows the jet flying on radar. It shows it, then it disappears completely. And, that it was interesting, because when that first happened, we all know that there were people on board that flight that probably, when it went down, it was to the great advantage of one singular person who inherited a very valuable patent. We'll just put it that way. But it also went down right in the zone of Diego Garcia. And Diego Garcia is, our base out there is a major, it's kind of like, how do I describe it? It's like an Area 51. So there's so much that goes on out of Diego Garcia, because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's like the base we have up in Greenland. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. It's just so separated. They can do whatever much they want, and nothing's going to get reported. But there were rumors that had cropped up, and especially on the darknet, that jet had landed in Diego Garcia and was spotted at Diego Garcia. And still to this day, we still don't have any explanation really as to what happened to that jet. That was a huge monster jet. And I know they tried to blame it on the pilot, and the family sued the hell out of them for that, because there was absolutely no indicators that this pilot was suicidal or anything else. They tried to say he was suicidal or he was, betraying the country or this or that. The family's like, that's insane. He was totally rational, totally normal. So I always found it interesting that particular crash, they were never able to sell it. You guys know what I'm saying? You know how they sell us a spin, and people either believe it and they accept it and they move on, or they're 10 years later still scratching their heads going, and go ahead, Mark, I can see you.
They would have been better off saying the Octorians did it.
Well, it's kind of like, it's interesting because like when John F. Kennedy Jr. crashed his plane, and people just accepted it. Oh yeah, he was young, he was a little bit, he liked to take chances. Oh, he didn't have the flight time in the air to be piloting that plane. The guy was flying before he even had a license. He was a Kennedy. And, nobody, I still remember to this day, I remember when Hillary Clinton, like within a couple of weeks, stepped up and says, oh, I'm going to run for the New York Senate, which was the spot that John F. Kennedy Jr. was running for. And I'm like, oh, how convenient, you little witch. How convenient of you to just loftily step in when you've never lived a day in your life in New York. Good job, but somehow you're going to save the day. And the fact that, it was interesting because JFK Jr. actually could not stand Joe Biden, who was a major, I guess you could say, he was very heavily knitted into the entire Clinton scenario. I mean, he actually, I think it was, back in the 1980s, JFK Jr. wrote a letter to the FBI, basically accusing Joe Biden of being involved in his father's assassination. So he was not a friend of the current Democrat Party, which, again, I find very funny because he was a Democrat. And I am one of those anons who actually say it would not surprise me if he was not dead. It would not surprise me at all because they had a marker on him. They needed him gone. He was a dynasty, and he was very popular, and he was very much into trying to right the wrongs. And he knew what had happened to his father. And he knew that the people in this country were being lied to about what happened to his father. And that would have all come out if he had made it into office. And, like I've said, it does make sense. I have a friend that actually lives on the island right there where that plane crashed. He's lived there for 40 years. His family owns that island. And I remember him saying to me right away. In fact, Mark, you know him. It's Matt Moniz. Matt is one of the most honest, honorable people you'll ever meet in your life. He's a scientist. He's not prone to, crazy theories. He's very logical. And he was like, he's not dead. He's like, I'm telling you right now. He goes, it doesn't make sense. He said, I watched the whole thing happen. They couldn't find the plane for 3 days. He goes, where they said it landed, I could probably point to it. He goes, our currents weren't that strong. He goes, but then when they did find the plane, lo and behold, they had to do dental identification because everything was so bloated. He goes, what? They weren't down there long enough for that. And the waters are colder. So he never bought it. And he's not one given to conspiracies, but he never bought the fact that he said it was all a horse and pony show. Yep. And that he thought JFK Jr. had gone into hiding. And, it kind of made sense. And the more I looked at it as time went on and the more I examined how different things, I guess you could say, were unfolding, I thought, he could really be right. And then, of course, the Anons came along. And it was one of the theories that they ran with. That and Princess Di. A lot of them didn't believe that Princess Di was actually dead. And because we were never shown pictures of her body. We were never shown things that, if you want, and when somebody's that loved, and I always say this, when somebody has that much love and people are that drawn to them, basically, it requires a lot of proof.
I'm going to actually disagree with you on the entire showing of the body. It's a cultural thing. Whereas in the US, it's quite common to before the funeral, you see the body. In Britain, it's very rare. It's considered to be bad taste.
Not the Irish.
Well, yeah, I mean, generally speaking.
I was going to say, the Irish party with their dead. Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, but in civilized England,
I knew you were going to say that. But yeah, I mean, but even with Di, there's a lot of questions surrounding her death. There's a lot of, we were told she was alive after the accident. We were told that she survived to the hospital. We were told initially that the injuries were nowhere near the severity that you would have thought would have caused death. And then she was dead. And, hullabaloo, tragedy. But she was also involved with a family that it could have put everything on the whole dynasty on its head and spinning. She knew a lot of things that were going on. I guarantee she knew about Andrew. Guarantee that, because she was super protective of her kids. Again, she was close to Fergie for a little bit, and then that relationship died. And we never understood, nobody was ever told why they stopped being friends, why they stopped communicating. I think we all assumed it was because she had detached from the royal family the way she did.
Fergie, when it came to Fergie, there was I remember my mum used to be a hater of her, but there used to be this sort of general impression that Fergie Ferguson wasn't the right woman to be married to Andrew.
She was a little wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I remember the crazy red hair. She was definitely a little wild. She was a heavy drinker, and I do remember that, and she still is to this day. But she was a heavy drinker. But there again, that Irish blood
was Di, not Nancy Pelosi, right?
Yeah, right.
All right, you're talking about Di, right? Not Nancy Pelosi.
I was talking about Diana. Nancy Pelosi. Did you see what her husband? Last week, her husband was accused of hit and run. Again, this is like the second time.
And Mitch McConnell's wife is in China.
Mitch McConnell, and he's not been seen in 3 weeks. He was hospitalized for a heart attack 3 weeks ago. And
he came out today.
Yeah, no, dude, that. I'm telling you right now, he is not.
Well, he made a phone call today. I didn't say he came out of the hospital. Yeah. He made a phone call.
I can do that with AI too.
Yeah, I was going to say, and if it was clear and concise, we know that's not him. How is that? Because that man can't speak. He was like Joe Biden. He's the Republican Party's Joe Biden. He's like walking death before the heart attack. I mean, he couldn't put a sentence together. Half the time he was turning in the wrong direction and walking to the wrong places. I mean, just totally lost. And it was embarrassing because here we are, supposedly a first world country that does not have a banana republic government. And our leaders they're senile, half of them. And Pelosi was a complete drunk, and you could see that whenever she was talking. You've got Mitch McConnell. I could just continue to name off the absolute embarrassments that are sitting in office, and they're dynastic in their offices. They've been there for 30, 40 plus years. And like I said, if McConnell does not return, okay, if he's dead, which I'm pretty sure he is, the problem is that the governor in his state that he's a senator in cannot appoint a replacement. It has to go to special elections. If he dies, his seat opens up, his Senate seat, which is a huge seat. And guess who is in that area who could run for that seat? Well, I'm telling you, would win it.
Massey.
Yup. Thomas Massey. So they're going to play this off like he's alive until the August 3rd deadline passes, because that is the deadline by which, if they're going to do a special election, it has to happen by then.
It would technically be what we Brits would call a by-election.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So in other words, they're playing the clock. And thankfully, there's a lot of my friends who are catching on to this and are posting it, so the American public becomes aware. And the reason is because they want the American public to demand not an audio phone call that can be AI generated, right, not even a video that can be AI generated. We want, basically a conference where somebody goes into the man's hospital room, people who are not part of the press pool at the White House, people who are not part of the accepted groups. I mean, we're talking independent people, like an audit.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because we cannot trust a damn thing they show us, a damn thing they tell us. Because there's always a manipulation somewhere in the story. Kind of like, now it's coming out that this bill that would, I think it's 219 in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. Basically, it would give Israel authority over our military. Well, not authority. It would integrate them into the top echelons of our military. And day before yesterday, good old BB, who can't keep his mouth shut, decides to do this press conference and tell the Americans why this is so wonderful, because now they won't have to have a budget where we're paying them billions of dollars a year, which we do, because now they're just going to share everything with us so that we don't have to pay them anymore. I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I know.
That's good. All right. I got to take us out to break on that thought. I just, got my little reminder. Thank you, Dave. I love you. Hang in there. We'll return with more of the Vixen's Vault. And actually, there was a Dogman sighting recently. That's the video I dropped to you, by the way, Mark. Hang in there. We'll return in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break. Guys are rocking and rolling tonight. Mitch McConnell.
Dude,
Nancy Pelosi.
He is so dead. He is so dead. Her husband's so guilty. This is the second hit and run
and
now
with Lord Buckethead.
Lord. All right, Mark. I got to know. Where did that come from? Did you have an episode of drinking on the air and put a bucket on your head?
Nope.
Where did Lord Buckethead come from?
I don't know. He just appeared in the last by-election. I never heard of him before now, or before then. That's who's going to be running against what you call it over there, when he resigns.
I told everybody.
Already done.
Who's the guy that resigned today?
Already done.
Lord Edworthy is Lord Buckethead.
Oh God. Oh boy.
No.
Like Lord Helmet. Like Lord Helmet.
Oh no! We're not doing Spaceballs. We're not doing Spaceballs.
My Schwartz is bigger than yours. Oh no! Don't
May
get
the
my Schwartz.
Be with you.
Yeah.
Good Lord, we are old. The fact that we can all sit here and quote Spaceballs is really bad. Really bad.
Is it from Monty Python?
No.
The bucket.
Part 2's coming out. You know that, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
With
Saw
big
that.
and pointy teeth.
All right.
Mana. We're back.
Oh no! Do not start.
No.
Oh, I gotta put that in my video. Banana.
Is that your weapon that you use?
I don't. Where did that start, Mark? That started years ago. I don't even know where that started.
That started with me, you, Scotty Roberts, and John. Yep.
That's right. It was John.
Part of a 1970s comedy.
And I'm not quite sure if Peter Robbins had a part in that or not. He might have.
I think he did. Good Lord. That's dating us. Really dating us. I can't believe it's been 20 years. I was like going back through all my files going, oh my God, it is 20 years. In August, I think it's like mid-August, it'll be 20 years since I launched the show.
19 years me broadcasting this year.
Oh God. Good Lord, man.
Yeah.
It seems
in
like
November.
It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
November. Yeah.
Time travel.
And Nancy was one of my very first hosts.
Yep.
She was on a show called Quantum Alliance.
That's right.
That I produced.
Oh my God. Mm-hmm. In fact, was I still with Sepia at that point? I think I was still working with Sepia. We were all with
Sepia then.
Yep.
We were going. Yep. We connected from Beamware to Sepia.
Yep.
And we were doing
both.
I
was with DCIX before that.
Yep. So you've been on a little. You've been on probably maybe 6 or 8 months longer than me doing this, but but oh well.
I was on TAR though before that, Taps Family Radio.
Yeah.
because I was one of the founding hosts of that show.
Yeah.
And then I split off and wanted to do my own show, just because I thought it was too stuffy. It was
30
too...
seconds, Nance.
Yeah. Oh wow, that was a quick 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
It goes quick.
Is anybody watching,
as you can
Larry?
tell, I really did need that break. But anyway, so here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we are early, Mark. We're 1 minute early. It's 9:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, January. Wow, I wish. July the 8th, 2026. And I'm saying January. No, I'm literally saying January. I'm looking at my phone right now, and it said I just got this little blinker that came through. Warning: severe heat tomorrow. Will feel like 110 degrees.
Well, I give you a gift of, coming back a little early since you took us out maybe 35, 40 seconds early. So, it's a give and take thing, but hey, come on.
All right. Go bonk Dave on the head. Go bonk Dave on the head because he said 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. And 1 minute is get your ass off the air now before Mark has heart failure. And all you see are Mark's hands flying in front of the computer. So I don't want to see your hands, Mark. They're not manicured. Okay? Just got to put that out there. All right, guys. So we're back. And while we were on break, I was actually kind of joking around with everybody because I did do this is the 20th year for the Vixen's Vault. In August, it will actually be the formal 20th Jubilee. And I have done a compilation video with a song for the Vault, but I'm trying to get everybody in the chat to get me pictures because right now, the crew that I work with, you guys, it's been a couple of years now that y'all have been with me. And Dave and I go a long way back. Of course, Mark and I go
pictures suck.
Our producer. Yeah, boy. Yeah, Mark. See, Dave, I can go steal yours from your Facebook. Vicky over there. Vicky doesn't have any on her Facebook.
I don't. Yeah, no. I have a reason for that, though. You know the reason.
Vicky is a Facebook stalker. she's vicariously on Facebook. Every once in a while, she'll pop in on one of my threads. Like my father's birthday. Vicky pops in. Is that your sister? In the photo, I'm like, yes.
Yeah, and I was
definitely my sister.
Yeah, and I was stalking everybody then in your family. Oh, that's who that is. That's who that is. It's very interesting.
I thought it was cute. It was funny. And by the way, thank you for the comment on there.
Well, I thought it was very nice that someone took pictures and shared them. That had a nice family moment.
It was. We actually had a good time with my dad. Did Vicky's volume just go really low, or did something on my side just go low?
I don't know, but I think you should use the picture that Larry has submitted for you.
Okay. Larry, you and I are going to have a conversation. I have known you over 20 years, Larry. Oh, Brogan. I have known you for longer than 20 years. You were in the original Taps chat with me. I remember, dude. I have like a memory that doesn't quit. So literally, for you to be putting reptilians on my Facebook, like right before the show, every week, I'm like, I open up my Facebook. Isn't this wonderful? Oh, look, everybody's yelling at each other. Welcome to Facebook. And there's my reptile. There's the Sleesack. Thank you, Larry. Now Raphael is going to give me crap for the rest of the day because there's the Sleestack. But he does come up with the most creative looking Sleestacks I've ever seen. Like, he gets the best Land of the Lost Sleestack pictures.
They're peeking around corners. I can just picture you doing that at your house, but, hey, I don't remote view anymore, or do I?
Or do you? That's the question. Or do you?
Oh, that's a scary thought.
I'm telling you, dude. All right, so back to the subject at hand. So I think, are we all in consensus here? Mitch McConnell is not dead. He's not the Straits of Hormuz. He's not open. Oh, wait, he's closed. Now, pretty sure he is a dead man walking. Pretty sure, they're playing the worst game of celebrity peekaboo with his body. In fact, somebody put something, Weekend at Bernie's. They actually took a Weekend at Bernie's picture and put Mitch McConnell's face on Bernie. And I was like, that's probably about right. But on top of that, like I said, we did have the release and the fact that the MK Ultra cases are now back in Congress. And I have to tell you, I know a lot of people. As y'all know, I was at Full Disclosure. I was an honored guest at Full Disclosure. Raphael was actually with me at Full Disclosure. And I got to tell you, there are a lot of people there who 100% believe they were part of the MK Ultra program. Some of their stories will shock you. And I think what's the most shocking about it is whether or not I believe it, whether or not the person next to me believes it. The one thing I will say that is an absolute truth, the speakers 1,000% believe what they are saying. It is not something where they're making this up for attention. You can see the emotions on their face when they're talking about it. That is very difficult to fake, especially anger. There's certain emotions that are hard for people to fake and get away with it without. I always watch people's foreheads, their their eye creases, and their mouths. And when you're faking an emotion like anger causes a crease on everybody's forehead. It's a very unique little crease. And if you're faking it, it doesn't appear. And every single one of these people, the crease was very prevalent, whether it be female or male. And I thought, okay, so these people really, whatever memory they have, it is their memory. It's not something that was, that they psychologically, no, this is an actual memory. And it's clear. But I've always questioned when it came to MK Ultra, just simply because of what the program was, were these memories planted intentionally? That's always been my question. Whenever you talk about government programs where they're messing with your brain waves, they're messing with your reality, could these have been implanted for a reason? It's kind of like with again, you all have heard me say this, and I'll say it again. When we go back in time, let's do a little time walk backwards. Who needs a time machine? We don't. Let's do a time walk. Do you guys remember the Beltway sniper?
Yes.
Okay. Roger, do you remember the Beltway sniper? Unmute yourself, Roger. David, you remember it? Robbie, are you listening?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I'm not aware.
All right. So the Beltway sniper from Mark, who lives on the other side of the pond, like a frog over there. Just cover your little froggy ears. Okay. The Beltway sniper happened, oh, God. That was right after 9/11, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
years ago.
It was when the poison threat was out, where they were afraid everybody was going to die from rising.
Anthrax.
I think I sort of vaguely remember.
Okay, initially we were told it was a singular shooter. It turned out it was a father and son duo, but they were picking off people all around the Beltway, which is around the highway that runs around D.C. They were shooting people in gas stations. They were, people in D.C. were absolutely terrified to go anywhere because I think it grand totally took out like 18 people. It was a crazy amount.
And other places in Virginia as well.
Yep. And it was a long period of time he was on loose. It was not like a one-day shooting spree. He was quite a long time. And I remember at that point in time, because you guys forget, I was on the IRC, since its origins. One of the things we all talked about was the fact that this was like a Manchurian Candidate. That it was like this guy, when they interviewed him, one of the things he was saying was that he and his son were hearing voices in their heads telling them what to do, telling them they had to do this. And that's kind of what started a lot of us looking into Voice to Skull. And, what is this? Because we'd all heard about it. It has been discussed. I think I've always told you, Mark, you're a techie. I'm pretty sure you surfed on those chat rooms too at some point. 4chan, 2chan, 8chan, 8kun. I think all of us have been there at some point, if not Discord.
Funny enough, 4chan is one of those sites I fairly rarely once in a blue moon go to. Extremely.
It was funny because when I started on 2chan, but when I started going, it was basically just to look for other people that had questions and just find people like of my nature who wanted answers to different things. And you find some really, really intelligent people, as you know, really good hackers.
I spend
really good hackers.
More time on Reddit, generally
yes.
speaking. Yeah.
Reddit. Well, that's another. We can get into that too. But so you had the Beltway sniper. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that was definitely the type of technology that they released in Congress yesterday, where there were commands being issued. He was basically being guided. The Navy shipyard shooter. You guys have heard me say that before. Definitively, probably a case of V2K.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all the symptoms. It was actually documented. He was telling people he was not schizophrenic. I mean, he was telling people he was getting orders that he was being told to do this. It was in his head, and he was being told to do it. And if he didn't do it, they were going to kill this person or that person. And yeah, so there were documented cases where I was like, okay, so we're going to be led to believe that all these people had the same symptoms, and they're all crazy, and they all had military backgrounds. And yeah, no. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck's probably a duck. Then you had, move forward a little bit. What was it? I just had it at the top of my head. We were just talking about it. Not right before I talked about the Navy shipyard shooter. Is a subject you brought up. There was another. Go ahead, Vic.
DC shooter? Is that?
No, that was the Beltway sniper. It was between that. There was something else that came up because it was another case where it could have absolutely been a voice to skull technology. But
wasn't there two guys that were driving up and towards DC or through Virginia, and they were popping people off also? And I can't remember their names. Yeah,
I thought that was the Beltway, where it was the father and the son.
No, these were coming from the south. They
God, no, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, I don't remember that. But again, you can see cases though where again symptoms match the technology. But you're told the technology doesn't exist. Even when, of course, it's been coined Havana syndrome now, but that was because of what happened at the Cuban embassy, the American embassy in Cuba, Havana. And I think that was 2016 that happened. And again, when it happened, a lot of us were like, yeah, that's voices. We knew exactly what it was. We knew it was a heavy-duty EMF weapon. We knew it was a direct energy weapon. That doesn't kill you, but it does completely mess with your brain waves, your brain frequencies, how you think, what you remember. And again, the MK Ultra program, supposedly the young people, because you have to remember, MK Ultra did not deal with, they didn't yank adults. Okay, they didn't take adults from the military. They didn't go with military intelligence people. That was not who were that's not what the MK Ultra program was surrounded. Its main, I guess you could say, target was. MK Ultra went after little children. Okay, They basically took these kids when they were at developmental stages, and they experimented on them in multiple ways.
The younger, the better.
The younger, the better, because they could be basically made into these completely covert psychopaths, but completely programmed soldiers that, with a certain one itty bitty little trigger could do whatever the government needed them to do. And some of them absolutely swear that they were sent to other planets, that they were on missions. And I know everybody, I can see Mark's face. I'm laughing. Looking at Mark Edworthy's face going, he's going, yes, I don't think so. But it does.
I'm just thinking there's, in some of these cases, I'm not saying all, but some of these cases, there are much more wider society, sociological
implications.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. But I also believe that is a great cover in many ways, because again, if you want something to be brushed off as absolutely not believable, what do? You absolutely infiltrate it with the most ridiculous, non-credible things you possibly can get. And I've always said that it muddles the waters. It's like ghost hunting. People laughed at ghost hunters for years and still do in many ways. I don't blame them. UFOologists got laughed at until recently. But why was that? Because I guess you could say our groups were infiltrated with people who were absolutely batshit crazy. I mean, not a little bit. Like, way off the deep end, oh my lord, should be institutionalized crazy. Okay, just not stable in any way, shape, or form. And what does that do? One unstable person can make an entire group look absolutely non-credible.
We know a few of them.
You think, Mark? You think? One or two, maybe. Always those bad, like I said, but they do that intentionally. They want you infiltrated with instability. Why? Because A, they can control the narrative. Mm-hmm. B, they can make sure that you do not get hurt. And if you are heard, you're not. They did the same thing with Q. They made sure that they pounded it in the press as, crazy people, extremists, this, that, and it took away from the actual information that was being disseminated. That was true. Literal documents, literal truths. Like, best example again, the biolabs in Ukraine. The Anons knew about that in 2018, 2019, before it was even talked about. But it was disregarded. Why? Because, they're nuts. They follow Q. That's crazy. Really? Well, who said? And again, the Q boards got infiltrated. You had a bunch of bad players on those boards who were spreading disinformation, bad information, and it took away from the whole movement. But it didn't do I always say that, it didn't do a good enough job. Why? Because everything that we pushed pretty much manifested. Everything we've said was going to happen pretty much happened. And at this point, we're just waiting for the end game. Okay, let's play it out. How's it going to play out? Well, we're pretty sure we know how it's going to play out. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. I don't think so, but could be. Yeah. But again, this is what I mean, though. This is how the government has always worked, Mark. And your British government, they invented this.
Yeah.
We Americans, oh no, we just inherited that stuff. I mean, you guys had guys like Walsingham. Y'all had like absolute geniuses when it came to intelligence and how to network it and how to work it and how to get people to lie even when they're looking at something as boldly obvious as possibly could be. They'll lie to themselves until they believe it's true. Your government was like the absolute trademark of that. I'm going back to the Tudor dynasty. I'm going all the way back through your government. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
I thought that was Queen Elizabeth, spy master. Mm-hmm.
Walsingham was, but it goes all the way back through you forget, so Henry VII's mother, she was his spy master.
Yeah, she was.
I mean, so they were geniuses. The only one that maybe Borgias may have had a little bit of uppance on them. Because the Borgias were another family that, holy crow, man, just did not want to get in their way. Yeah. But they understood that, psychologically speaking, they could rule everything if they could control people's psychology.
Right.
And that is what has happened here in the States. That is what's happened overseas in England. It's what's happened in Europe. It's what's happened in China. It's happened in Russia. It's pretty much a worldwide epidemic. But I am seeing, like I said, little spots of sunlight starting to shine through. I'm still not happy with a lot of what I'm seeing. I got to be very honest.
You're making me think of, don't know if you've been following the news, UK news recently, but the UK is putting out a consultation about forcing YouTube into promoting the BBC over all other credible or other news channels, including independent content creators.
Okay, is that in England only? Because good luck promoting the BBC over everybody else here in the States. Really?
It's only been in a consultation phase for last or since the beginning of this month. So
you know what, though, Mark?
Is until next month.
got to tell you, over the last 3 months, though, I've seen a real change in, like, I have a lot of British friends, a lot. And they remind me of you in many ways, some of them, but they have been changing. Like, over the last 3 months, I'm hearing a lot more come out of them. Normally, they're very withdrawn. Yeah. Yes. Like, they're afraid to talk because, and I used to challenge them with that. You're afraid to say it because you know you could go to jail because right now your country is worse than Russia. Mm-hmm. Okay? You have less freedom of speech than the communist Russians did. All right? Not saying that we're any better over here in the States, because we're really not, because the First Amendment only seems to cover, like, the idiots, not the people who are actually intelligent and trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. Oh, no, their freedom of speech is very limited. But the freedom of speech, literally, the absolute morons.
I don't know about that, because sure, you could argue that the general public, the average Joe on the streets, it has been somewhat hesitant, timid even. But
hesitant?
As you know myself, I can be quite tactful, but I can be quite outspoken.
Mark, when your goes beyond 40 seconds, I know you can't talk any further than you have. You'll go,
I'm just thinking about how to.
Yeah, the longer the it's so funny because I'm like, oh yeah, no, he can't talk about that. He's gonna get in trouble.
No, again, I will word my comments in such a way.
He's hiding. He's scared. He's scared.
Is he scared? Mark, are you scared?
Scared of cat.
No,
scared of cat.
He's using wisdom.
No, I don't think use good communication.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's
there
just
you go.
the
Good.
Englishman.
See, that's the other thing that got redefined. Good communication. Let's talk about good communication. How is good communication having to reroute the truth through all these different words so it comes out sounding okay to what won't get you thrown in jail, but it's not really the truth? That is not good communication.
Isn't that diplomacy? That's diplomacy.
I've worked in acting as technical support, end user technical support. I've had to act in a way where I've had users complain, and I've got to be somewhat smooth and
tactful.
Tactful, yeah. It's a skill that I think I've picked up over many decades now.
I'm going to have Mark teach a class on how to, like, deftly get around an answer that he really can't answer, because if he answers, he's going to be in trouble. So, because you're really good at it.
I've never I've been scared of talking about the subject. Let's just put it away.
They did it. I mean, even here, they do it all the time. I mean, I don't think people here in the States understand how repressed the freedom of speech really is. And, let me be the person to tell you, when you have to think about whether or not you can talk about Nazis, that's a problem. It's a part of our past. We need to discuss it. It needs to be talked about. And to bring it up in a subject matter, I'm not saying you accuse people of being one, but I'm saying that it is a subject that needs to be discussed, and what occurred needs to be discussed. And it can't just be one culture's view of what occurred, because that's never the answer.
If it comes to Nazi, and I've had this conversation with Roger many times, if it comes down to things like Nazi or fascism, I will use the correct historical term.
But the Nazis weren't fascists.
No, technically not. Fascist was an Italian.
It was Mussolini. Mussolini was a fascist.
It was based upon having state control, but bringing the
people get that mixed up. No,
I know, Roger. That's because the young people with their whole throw that beautiful little word around. Fascism. You don't even know what it means, you retard. Stop using it.
Confused.
Confused? No, they redefine it.
No, what it is it's like like last week when we were, or the last time we were on, the thing that Ryan was talking about wasn't new information. It was about a guy by the name of William Guy Carr. Okay, this was an anti-Semitic and an anti-communist who was a part of the UK's Royal Navy in his career, and he retired and he became a real hardcore conspiracy theorist. He influenced a lot of the autocratics in Canada, and he eventually made it down to the United States. And he was real big on pushing like a narrative, with the militias. That's what he was really talking about, was like real hardcore, fundamental 1950s militia ideologies.
Oh, are you talking about like the divisions in the Ukraine? Stuff. Are you talking? No, well, you have the Azov division over in Ukraine right now, which are hardcore. What are they? What? Nazis.
No,
like self-declared Nazis.
Yeah.
This is actually like hardcore militia movements that were taking place in the United States in the 1950s with McCarthy, Senator McCarthy. Okay, like this is the hardcore stuff that puts freaking like racism and freaking religion in one category, and freaking they say that everybody freaking except for the white man is responsible for all the problems in the world.
Well, let me ask you a question though. Don't we do the same now? Don't we put racism and religion in one category? Oh, I see that. All right, guys, we're going to take it out to break with that really itching question. What are we doing in this country? We tend to throw everybody into one label and then just go from there. And Mark is shaking his head, so I need to get it off to break. We shall return. This is our long break, so everybody get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, and return. We'll be back with the vault in just a few moments.
All right. There we go. We're on radio break.
It's 9:55 exactly. I was right on time.
I got 53
here. Straight for me is open or closed?
Closed.
Ranch dressing.
It's bombed. They bombed it.
Anyways, check the chat. I dropped in a bunch of stuff, and I'm pretty sure with the dates on it, that can't be. There's no way possible that could be AI.
No, 2017.
87. Anyways.
Guys, I just got a news thing through that from Jack Posobiec. You guys know who that is. Breaking, the family of Charlie Kirk demands transparency, full access to evidence in court through their representative. So they're not buying it. They are not buying what is being pushed.
Nope.
There was there was actually, before we started, I was watching a good Lotus Eaters video talking about the trial and the possibilities that the trial may not happen.
I think they're going to try to bury it. This kid did not do it.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it. That's not the same guy. He's a fall guy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. He's a patsy. 1,000% a patsy.
All right. We're going to take in switch rooms, and I will see you guys back in a minute.
See you in a minute. Okay.
That was hour one of the Vixen's Vault. We got more to come. Another hour yet to go of the Vixen's Vault. Look out. It's been fun tonight. Good to get everybody back up and running. Let me fix this up on chat. There we go.
I'm back.
Yeah, I see there, David. Good to go.
Yeah. I'm Roger. I just pulled Roger in.
Thanks.
And Nancy.
There's Roger. I'm here. Good evening.
When this Kirk thing first came down, Raffi said something very interesting, which I never noticed before. With the bottom of his nose to the top of his lip, it wasn't the same size as the two persons.
Yep.
Yeah, and And I never really looked at something like that. Yeah.
It's you have to look at everything.
Yeah.
So is this
Who's
supposed to
trying
be
to-
Buckethead?
Lord
Is that why you're
Buckethead.
showing here?
Oh Lord, that was just so.
You know
cool.
it's real. You know it.
Can't be real.
They got it. You
Not
know.
AI at all.
And he's
It
a
was
tall
kinda
guy.
like,
He's not like Rick Moranis, a little short dude. All right.
He's got a coffee pot for a head, dude. Seriously. Like
It's kind of like today somebody released the video of Mitch McConnell doing Thriller
No.
in his cast at the hospital. Oh yeah, and they posted it saying, "No, this is not AI." Of course it's AI. I was like, "Oh my god, here we go." Literally has Mitch McConnell in the cast.
I've just added a link to that Lotus Eaters video in the chat.
Okay.
The gearing up for the Charlie Kirk trial then. Something interesting.
Well, like I said, I think I told you guys when it happened. This is BS, and they're trying to pull another Kennedy assassination. Hell, they're even calling it the magic bullet. And as soon as they did that, they might as well just peed on the pole. But none of it matched up. The weapon did not match what they told us it was. What it did, it didn't make any sense to anybody who knows weapons.
30-06. Oh my God.
Oh God! And the fact that
Powerful.
they released a video of the kid running, and there's no way he's running hauling a 30-06. No way.
And Larry
No way.
says, talk about
He said he stuck it
mandatory
down his
surveillance
pant leg.
equipment in cars in 2027. That's what
Yep.
Larry says. Yeah.
Oh, you want to talk? Hey, Larry, you want to talk about the flock cameras?
About mandatory, there could be I'm not sure, but there could be a bill going in the EU at this present moment about that.
About in the vehicles?
Yeah.
Well, it would make sense. I mean,
Beagles.
it's really funny.
Is Fauci over there?
God, Fauci.
Beagles? Someone said Beagles.
Dr. Mangala.
Is Fauci over there?
Oh God.
I haven't
Isn't
seen
that
one.
sad though? That was the one thing that it was the test stand that finally got like the left to actually say, oh wait, maybe he's not such a good person. It was beagles, not babies, not human beings, beagles. That always bothered me.
If you're an animal owner, you know that you always trust your dogs. If your dogs don't like somebody coming into your house, there's a reason for it.
Yep,
You know,
I do
a lot of
believe
peo-
that.
A lot of people disagree with me on that, but I think they're
No.
idiots.
I have 3 dogs and 9 cats, dude, and let me tell you something. They are the best judges of character you'll ever meet in your life.
And I'm talking
With my-
right
Not
off
including the
dot, too.
turkeys, ducks, and whatever
No, those
else
are out
she's got.
back.
Chickens.
Like they
And my
don't get to
rooster
know
hates
you
everybody.
either. They don't get to
I
know
was
you
just-
either. If they
Yep.
do not like you from the first time they seen you, there's a reason for it.
Yep. And like I said, the only thing in my pens that it's the rooster. I have a rooster named Barney. Barney is the big dog, and he doesn't like anybody. Raphael he likes. Me, he wants to mate. It's every time I go out there, he does a mating dance around me. I'm like, no, I'm not a hen. Stop it, Barney. Stop it. Get off me. And Raphael's like, you have to show him who's in charge. I'm like, I am showing him who's in charge, and he still wants to mate with me. Idiot.
I don't think he sees you as a chicken.
You know, I have tried everything. I have tried because they say don't wear bright colors around roosters, like red, because roosters
my
are brightly
God.
colored. So it's like there's these little sets of rules when you own chickens that you are aware of, and you have to act a certain way. You can't. It's like with a dog, you cannot have any fear when you go into a chicken pen because they'll sniff it out in a second. But this stupid rooster.
The turkeys don't do that, though.
No.
Has he tried to mount the turkeys yet?
You smell like a girl.
He literally, it's so funny because the
I got
Tom
a story
turkeys
of this. I
would
got a
destroy
story.
him.
The Tom would destroy him?
Uh-oh. The Tom turkey would definitely destroy him. Way, way bigger, way stronger.
I got a
Go
story
ahead, Roger.
I got a story about a girl named Susie that I used to grow up with, and she used to hate my uncle's dog because like she would go out and we'd all like play on the street and stuff, even all the way up into our teenage years. And she started hitting puberty, man, and every time she went out to play with everybody, freaking that dog, his name was Shane, would chase her all the way to her door, man, because
Oh
he knew
no.
that she was a freaking female and she just hit puberty.
She's
I swear.
available to mate. She was
Mhm.
available to mate, and they sent it. They do sent it. That's funny.
No other female in the entire neighborhood either, just her.
That's funny. That is funny. That's all right. My daughter, these kids nowadays, like you always see, animals they actually have, they're gay. And every time I hear that, I'm like, okay, you need to go back to science class and really get smacked really hard. Because because they always give the example, well, females mount other females, males mount other males. Well, yeah, it's not about sex. It's about dominance. I mean, if a male is mounting another male dog, it's because he's showing that dog, I'm the alpha. It's not because they're gay. Oh, my God. No. You people are, these kids. So my daughter calls me the other day. Mom, I think the dog is gay. I'm like, am I really having this conversation? Did you just really interrupt me from work to tell me that your dog is gay? And she goes, well, he's mounting Noah, her son. And I'm like, let me get this right. This dog is what's called a cur, which is a really large shepherd mix.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, your cur is mounting your 14-year-old's hormonal son. Who, yeah. I said, the dog is showing Noah that it's in charge, not him. And she goes, oh, are you sure? I'm like, go look it up. Oh, for the love of God, what is wrong with you kids? I mean, seriously, just go look it up. I was like, they're not gay. They don't dress like women. They don't dress. No, they're creatures of their nature. I said, it's the same thing with humans. When males want to show dominance, they do something really stupid like that. I said, and females, no, they just wait and destroy your life. That's kind of our nature. But I said, in the animal world, that it's not a matter of being gay. In fact, Ralphie, for the first year we had chickens, oh my God, that idiot. He used to carry his gun out into the chicken pen all the time with the roosters because he thought the roosters were raping the hens. And I'm like, what are you doing? They're raping the hens. I'm like, yeah, that's their job. Their only job. Like, seriously, their only job. Like, what are you thinking? He's like, no, they can't do that. They're hurting them. I'm like, that is okay.
Anyways, 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
And we are back, 10:05 p.m. on the dot, Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, July the 8th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. And I'd like to take a moment and introduce everybody participating in the vault tonight. And it's my regular cast of characters. And in fact, I'm going to do a side introduction to who's not on the show with us, but he's with us every week in the chat. So I'm going to introduce him first. Larry Hersman. Big shout out to you, Larry, because you are probably my most loyal listener and have been for almost 20 years. And I got to thank you for that because I don't know, man. I don't know what I do in a show where you weren't in the chat whispering sweet nothings into our ears as to what to talk about. And yes, we will get to the technology in cars and the flock cameras in this time. Yeah, right? All right. Besides that, I have got Mr. Roger Hansen, who took a sabbatical for a little bit and has joined us again. And we have missed him making fun of Mr. Mark Edworthy, who was actually bored while Roger was gone. It was sad. It was like, Mutt and Jeff, we were missing half the combination. So now we have them united again. Mr. David Campione, who goes back years with me on the air. I mean, years with Mark and I on the network and on the air, and is always a delight to have. And I love talking to him about the UFO side of things because his family's invested in that. And he's just a wealth of knowledge. Love having him. And Vicky Vass, my bestie, my girl. And it's funny because Vicky joined us. I met Vicky in the Anon chats years ago now. Vic, it's been a couple years.
And we were talking about the V2 scale.
V2K. And it was funny because she sought me out. I was an administrator in the chat we were in. And she sought me out because she had a friend who was who thought he was being affected by a weapon that was an energy weapon. And I said to her, "Oh yeah, V2K." I didn't even think twice. I was like, "Yeah, it's V2K," and it started a friendship that has now lasted over 4 years?
I think it's longer than that. I think
six years. 2020.
21. Yeah.
It's almost 6 years now, and I actually brought her onto the show because Vicky's one of these people who she would try to say something very important, and she would just get overrun. I've never seen anything like it. We'd be in a chat, she would start a conversation, and just get attacked immediately. But she always was very thoughtful in how she worded things, and she actually made a lot of sense in what she said. And I was kind of one of these people that would, jump in and defend her and be like, "Hey, yo, back off." But it's discouraging to somebody when they have a voice and they are intelligent and they want to voice it and they want to be heard. So I invited her on the show, and we never looked back. And, Vicky, like I said, you've been a wonderful addition to the show. Mark Edworthy, God, you will be my friend over on the other side of the pond for life. In fact, if I ever get over that way, I will be stopping in, be like, "Bro."
Roger, you got to tell us your hair secrets.
Oh, dude, I am going to do like Fabio. I will do Fabio pictures. I promise. I will put them everywhere. I swear I have pictures of you doing that in the chat. So
I'm going to get it trimmed. I'm planning to get it trimmed next week or week after. Next week, probably.
What's trim? Explain. Let's
cleaned off.
Inches.
Snip, 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 snip.
Yeah, snip.
Snip, snip. And then you have like Roger. And how do I describe Roger? Because Roger's one of these, like, he's like a sleeper cell.
He's funny.
He's funny, but he's usually Roger stays very quiet during the show and lets lights a fire under his ass. But he is actually a really deep thinker. So when you start like pulling Roger out and getting Roger, discussing ancient history with him, discussing ancient technologies with him, he is like target on. Like, it surprised the hell out of me the first time I had a conversation with him in that subject. Like, Roger and I can talk for hours in the chat, and it seems like it's 5 minutes, and it's really in-depth conversation going back and forth. So
he pokes out.
He does. He's like brilliant. So I mean, I feel absolutely honored that I am surrounded by a cast of characters who are all incredible individuals, and you guys you bring a lot to the show, and I thank you for that. I really do. With that being said, in fact, Roger, I got to tell you, I ran a thing the other day about the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant versus the dimensions of the actual Ark, Noah's Ark, and the golden ratio. And oh man, I'm actually going to publish it to you in the chat so you can read it, because it's very interesting what I came up with when you actually, work through it and go into the gematria decoding of it. It's crazy. Some of the stuff. It's just really crazy. And yeah, I did that when I was bored because I'd been working a case for like 8 hours straight, and I needed something to defragment my brain a little bit. So now y'all know how I defragment. Yeah, sad. I know, very sad. But dude, it's just so cool though. But Larry had asked in the chat if we were going to talk about the new technology that's going into vehicles as of, in the United States, I believe it's as of 2027, 2028. They're going to be putting basically complete tracking abilities within your vehicle. It's going to be required in the United States. I can tell you that. It will be harvesting all the data from your devices when they're in your vehicle.
Woolworths, because wouldn't it be a state-by-state issue?
Nope, not if it comes through the federal government, my love. And they're probably going to, if I know them, the way they got it through was through the NDAA, National Security. Because again, they try to tell everybody that they're required to have all of our information to keep us safe. Well, the Supreme Court kind of blew a hole through that battleship yesterday. And I'm not sure how they're going to get around this. Palantir's in big trouble with that ruling yesterday, just for all of you who know who Palantir is. And I know Roger's like probably doing his little nitty gritty like right now, because Palantir's in deep shit, as they should be, Why? Because yesterday the Supreme Court ruled that the government does not have the right to harvest our data at all, not without a warrant. And that is huge. Why? Well, because they've been doing it since the beginning of the ability to harvest data. In fact, in 2012, when Snowden dropped all his information and they got caught doing it, you remember that? They were freaking out. Oh, no, Snowden just showed all the American people that we've been harvesting all their data. Oops. We didn't know. But funnily, within a week of the we didn't know, Obama had passed a law, an EO that later became an actual law through Congress, that it gave them the ability to harvest our data. And that was what actually was legally contested to the Supreme Court. And yesterday, SCOTUS said, nope, government does not have that right. So what does that do to technology like Palantir that has infiltrated everything? In fact, those of you who are not aware, flat cameras, that's a Palantir product. And it is a huge deal right now because, again, I've been trying to warn people about Flock.
Is Palantir because I thought it was multiple contracts?
Pardon that? Say that again?
I thought it was multiple contracts with multiple vendors or multiple providers.
Yes, but again, Palantir is what? Palantir is a private equity company. They're a private company.
Yeah,
they're not a government entity. They're a DoD contractor, but they are a private company.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they have shares in all those providers.
No, they own Flock. Palantir owns Flock. Okay. Look it up.
It's a natural
100%. It's theirs.
It's a natural trademark. It's a natural brand.
Yep, they own Flock Camera. That's one of their deals. And one of the problems, in fact, I pointed out with Flock like 2 years ago, because a lot of the local governments were starting to use it for their sheriff's offices and install them on our street corners. Well, that's great. You want to stop people who run red lights and get to the bottom of why an accident was caused, help people with insurance claims. That's terrific, but that's not what they were doing. What they were doing was they were scanning every plate as it sat at a light and pulling all the information of the driver, all the data, and then tracking their history. So wherever that driver would go and it would hit a Flock camera, it would put it into the AI, and the AI would begin to develop historical routes for that vehicle and the driver. And then that data was sold to companies. And then they updated the technology. So what was the technology doing at that point? Well, then the Flock cameras were able to not just scan the license plate, but they're also able to lift the metadata off your phone.
Technically, I would just take exception to your usage of the word artificial intelligence or term artificial intelligence.
Well, they were using AI to basically path it to.
I would just call it an algorithmic. But this is a wider argument about what is artificial intelligence anyway.
Well, again, Palantir is considered an AI company, so under their definition of AI, they were using the processors to quickly develop patterns for individuals, and they're lifting all this information without a warrant.
Right, but couldn't it be? It was turned against them. I mean, that information is being used against them for doing this. I mean,
there's a reason why Peter Thiel ran to Argentina. He knew this was coming.
Yep.
And that should tell you there's a problem with our Supreme Court right there. The fact that Thiel took off.
It amused me that back in last October, Palantir decided to drop the their UK ID contracts or ID.
Yep.
Yeah, and totally drop and totally walk away from that project.
Because they're in trouble.
Yeah,
they're in trouble. They're in big. Let me tell you something. They did not make a big deal. Put it this way: they did not make a big deal about the Anthropic hack. A couple weeks ago, I think it was June 11th. There was somebody used one. I think it was trying to remember which developmental phase of Anthropic was used. It was one of the Claude modules. But basically, they hacked all of the U.S. government. Basically, their databases, all of them, including the CIA. the NSA. It went into all of them, and it did it in under 10 minutes. And that's a big problem for Palantir. Why? Because Palantir, they were the company who basically they were running those systems with their quote unquote AI program. So what did that show? That showed that Anthropic just beat the absolute pulp out of Palantir within 10 minutes. And Anthropic, this is what I found absolutely amazing about that hack, and this is why I believe it was probably white hats that did it. Anthropic has incredible guardrails built into it when it comes to the ethical and legal margins that can be had and not had in a hack or in any of the computing that it does.
This is questionable because what was it only a couple of weeks ago that Anthropic PBC decided to put out a press statement saying that they're going to use their own digital identification for access to the Claude model.
But again, because they need, I don't, you know what, to me, if you're going to use one of their modules, then you should be identified. Because you shouldn't be doing anything that's illegal on these modules. And if you're not doing anything illegal, then don't worry about it. Show your identity. It's not a matter of tracking, who you are, what you're doing. It's a matter of, is it legal or not?
I would argue this is on the same point as the California Consumer Protection Act and the EA GDPR. I would want to know what they're doing with that ID. What's the retention on that data, and a few other points.
I do agree with that, but again, here's the problem with it, Mark. Clearly, Palantir went after Anthropic. Clearly, because Anthropic lost their government contracts. Because why? Do you remember why Anthropic lost those contracts? I've said it here on the air many times.
They disagreed with the government.
They refused.
Yeah.
They refused to lower the ethical guidelines and boundaries. So in other words, the government was angry that they weren't going to be allowed to use the software to bomb the shit out of other areas without Anthropic saying, I'm sorry, I will not allow that. I won't process that order. I won't do this. Do you have the correct, authority? Where is the authority to do this? In other words, it was making it be, where's the presidential order? Where's the congressional order? It wouldn't do it without it, which is, to me, ethical. Okay, as a hacker, as a developer, that is what you need. If you're going to run government systems and a government with something like this that processes quickly without human interface a lot of times, this is what's needed, boundaries. Palantir does not have those boundaries. That's why they were using Palantir over in Israel and over in Gaza and because it had no boundaries. It would process whatever it was told to do. You cannot have that when it comes to people dying and the responsibilities. And Anthropic's view of the whole thing was, well, hey, that's great for you guys, the government, because you can walk off and say, hey, it was this company's fault because they didn't put up any fail-safes. So they put the fail-safes in and refused to remove them. So now all of a sudden we're getting told that, Claude was the actual program responsible for hacking Mexico. Claude was the responsible party for hacking the United States. Now, I actually kind of believe it probably was Anthropic that did do that hacking in the U.S. and most likely in Mexico too. But it tells me that there was some type of authority that gave the order to be able to process what happened. Because again, I have worked with Anthropic modules. Raphael has worked with Anthropic modules. And I can tell you, I tried every which way to trick this module into doing something it should not, and I couldn't do it. And I know what the hell I'm doing. And it made me really happy. I was like, oh my God, it really is. It's like probably one of the most ethical, modules I've ever seen in my life. This is pretty cool. But again, I thought, go ahead.
You've heard of Anthropic's research into freaking, what was it? I can pull it up here in a little bit, but they actually have a program that they put a advertisement out saying that you should be terrified of it because it's actually they call it the subliminal learning.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And they've come out with it, and it's really insane because people don't realize what's going on with the models. They have traits from other models that are like seamless, and it's a part of the training data that they're getting, and it's subliminal, and it's hard for even the freaking analysts to pick up on.
Yep. Well, and I can tell you that it's I do know Anthropic has taken to once a week dumping all the memories on their consumer available modules. So in other words, you can't so say like Grok, if you're using Grok has what's called a continuum memory. You can be on one thread in Grok and then open a new thread, and it will pull from the last thread. So it has a memory that continues and continues and continues. You can do a conversation with Grok for a year and still it'll remember it all the way back to the beginning. Not so with Anthropic modules. They dump it like every week. And if you like, I had a case, something I was working on Anthropic, and I was like, oh, I need to update this. And it's like, I don't have any of those files. I'm like, what?
It's completely true with Grok, because I know with Google Gemini, because I configured my own Google account, I told it not to remember any of the history. Couldn't you do that with Grok?
You probably could. I guess it would depend on why you were using Grok. But give me a moment, guys, because I got to take us out to our final break of the evening before Mark has an absolute heart attack. We shall return with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault after a few moments.
And we're on radio break.
And not get with the heart attack gum either.
So, guys, I got to tell you,
Mitch McConnell.
If you guys watched the last rendering I did for the Vixen's Vault video, I dumped it in the chat here. I haven't put it online. It's the one that shows like Rocky dry humping Raphael's face.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, that was the last version of it I put in there. Trust me, Rafi was ready to kill me for putting that picture in there. But it also there's a couple of different things in there that y'all will find interesting. But that's kind of I'm trying to I'm using Grok to build that, Mark Edworthy. I'm actually using Super Grok to build that. And I have to tell you, when it comes to any kind of audio video rendering, Super Grok is freaking insane. It's really, really good. And I've used all of the 8 different AIs. Yep. It's actually a version of Grok that it's enhanced.
What's its enhancements?
Because it's not free. I can't use it.
I pay $20-something a month for it. But basically it's faster processing, and it's got better audio video capabilities. So I use it specifically for production purposes. Mm-hmm. It does a pretty damn good job, as you can see, but I have to actually take that whole video now and put it into my Movie Maker program so I can splice it and time it a little bit better. Mm. But in the video that's in the chat, the scene where it shows like Raphael's like side shot, literally I'm talking the song at that point. I was talking about Suits, Don't Listen to the Suits. And it shows a picture of Raphael. And it was totally innocent. Like, I didn't do it on purpose. And he's looking at the video. He goes, so why does it say don't trust the suits and it's a big picture of me? I'm like, I don't know. Talk to Grok. I do not know. But again, it's, and I got all the pictures Mark sent me yesterday. He put them up in the chat. I downloaded them today. So I will be integrating those in. And those of you who have audio video capabilities, if you want to give me a hand and come up with something custom, that would be great. Because I kind of suck at it. And
Roger.
I'm trying to find time in between cases, Roger.
Well, I've got
Roger. Don't you ask me.
I've got to be careful because, Mark already called me a thief, so.
Oh, snap.
Said I was stealing his shit.
He said your battleship. What?
He said.
Oh my God! So long as he doesn't turn anybody into a merman, and
or a slee stack, That would
Yeah.
not be acceptable, Roger.
Roger, I'll send you the pictures that Larry posts. But anyways,
I do really good stuff. I'm doing one where it's the Hellhound, the Cerberus.
Nice.
And it's a redneck.
That was in
redneck,
the
dude.
with Bob Club yesterday.
Cerberus is not a hellhound.
Well, listen, a redneck named Dale is his dog, a dog watcher. He dog watches them for death, and it's all redneck swamp that's like 5 miles from hell.
Oh God!
And he's like a distant cousin of Death and disowned, by the way. And his name's Dale. Dale.
And are you writing this?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah,
it sounds good.
30 seconds.
So
copy that. Yep. Here's another thing. Congress reopens CIA MK Ultra files for answers. Yeah, like you're gonna get answers. I don't think so.
Did you notice something, Nancy, that, or I don't know if you've seen it, like if you get on
sorry,
Google
we
and
got our
obviously-
countdown right now.
Okay,
5, 4, 3,
What?
2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back, 10:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, July the 8th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Vicky, I'm going to give you your moment to ask that question. Just want to say one thing beforehand. For those of my listeners in the Southeast, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and below us, Cuba, the Bahamas, tomorrow morning, 5:35 a.m., SpaceX is setting up one of their rockets, and because of the conditions right now, we should get a really nice jellyfish. And those of you who follow SpaceX or follow the launches in Florida, whether it be SpaceX, Amazon, or NASA, you understand what a jellyfish is. No, it's not UFOs. Yes, it is the way the contrail spreads into the atmosphere and the way the light refracts off of it. But those of you who like taking really cool photos, David Campione, I'm speaking to you. If you get your butt up at 5:35 a.m., tomorrow would be a great day for it because it's calling for clear skies in the morning. So, again, really cool. And yes, those of us in Florida can see the launches very clearly, especially dawn and dusk launches. So
Yeah, I love them. I love them.
Yeah, they're beautiful. They are beautiful. All right, Vicky, go ahead with what you were saying when we were coming off break.
I just wanted to know your thoughts on maybe Google is the wrong place to go, but if you ask about a conspiracy theory or something related to that, everything they say is a conspiracy theory. It's not true, whether it's MK Ultra or things like that. And so obviously somebody has gone in and reprogrammed those.
Well, what I've always said since day one, Google is a victim of development. Okay, it's a very simple equation. Shit in equals shit out. Excuse the expression, but that is the truth of it. Mark knows this. I know this.
Garbage out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, yeah. You say garbage because you're polite and British. I say shit because I'm American and very blunt. It's shit in, shit out when it comes to AI. And Google especially is very left-wing and very government. Mm-hmm. So you can bet your last dollar that they have spent years pre-programming presets into Google that will not allow you, it will not answer you honestly. If you ask them about 2020, it's still going to tell you it was an insurrection. Even though it was legally not an insurrection, it will tell you it was legally an insurrection. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It couldn't be. They couldn't even charge anybody with insurrection because legally it was not an insurrection.
There's minor points I want to bring up. Vicky, you made the argument about conspiracy theories being untrue, and I really dislike that point, and I hear it all the time. Conspiracy theory is just a theory about a conspiracy. And what's the old joke? The time difference between the conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact is so many months.
So many months, so many years. Actually, with Kennedy assassination, so many decades, and so many people to keep it secret, and that's the problem. And that's the word conspiracy.
I did not like the idea that just because something's a conspiracy theory, therefore it must automatically be untrue.
Oh yeah, but that's kind of her point, Mark. If you go on Google, and she's right, like if you use the ChatGPT modules or some of the other Google modules, you literally, if you type this in, it will tell you it's conspiracy theory when it's on the news as being true,
right?
And they're validating it, and it's nope. It will not, no matter how many times you prompt it, it will not say. It absolutely won't do it.
It's not really an issue with Gemini or any of these large language models. It's a more of a cultural concepts. We have been trained to think that all conspiracy theories are automatically not true. It's more of a sociological issue.
But it was sociologically programmed in, because the computer does not independently develop a sociological standpoint. Okay, that's not how it works.
My argument about there's no such thing as artificial intelligence, because intelligence, but
even human intelligence is it works in that way though. This is my argument back with people. Human intelligence is a production. It takes a baby is not born intelligent. It's not born with all of the knowledge that we all have. Absolutely not. It's a process.
It's still born with the capacity to learn, to develop, to So
but
it's still got an intelligence.
Yes and no. Like in its infancy, a baby, and it's a point I make all the time. Like an infant. If somebody wanted to murder an infant, why do we see that as such a heinous crime? Because an infant cannot defend itself. It doesn't even know it's in danger. Okay? It is heinous. It doesn't have any base knowledge or instinct to protect itself except through pain. That is the only thing that a baby, and even then it doesn't understand its life's in danger. It just understands, ouch, that hurt. Don't do that again. Okay, computers are not very different in many ways, and I think that's what kind of bothers me. Remember, I've told you guys, I always believe that we could be a form of artificial intelligence. Humanity could absolutely be a form of artificial intelligence because of the way we learn, how we develop. We are victim to what we can access and what is input.
We're sort of blurring the line between so-called artificial intelligence, which again I absolutely dislike, and actual intelligence.
I've argued with Mark about this a lot because I've discussed to you guys about my theories on CERN, okay, and nobody wants to admit that the biggest, or that what Mark calls the World Wide Web, actually came from CERN. Okay,
I would actually agree with you on that.
Okay, now. They're collecting all this data, and the World Wide Web, not the internet, the World Wide Web came out of CERN. So the whole thing about it is if you want to think of it on a conspiracy level, even with what Jack's talking about when it comes to freaking universes and stuff, I literally think if they're doing something like that, they're wanting to transfer everybody's consciousness into a miniature universe within a black hole that they create.
Okay.
That's actually,
I agree with no one.
I mean, it's funny because when Josh was on a couple weeks ago, he was talking about the Russian doll dimensional theory, and I actually like that theory, where it's like a large dimension, a smaller dimension, a smaller dimension, a smaller dimension, a smaller dimension, smaller into almost infinity. And I'm like, I can actually get my head around that. And I see what you're saying, Roger, and because I believe in the Mandela. I think the Mandela was a tear. I think they messed up with CERN. I think they screwed up, and they're bleeding into other dimensions, or we're bleeding into other dimensions. And I think I have heard multiple times now that we actually cause damage to another dimension, and they basically said, do it again, and we're going to crush your dimension. And I find a truth to that, because there's so many things that don't make sense. Just don't make sense. Overlaps that don't make sense, history lines that don't line up anymore, chronologies that are out of order, that shouldn't be there's no way they should be out of order. It's like, no, as a logical thinking person, I'm like, no, something's wrong here in the dynamic. I'm missing a number in the equation. I need to find the number. What number is missing that's causing this dynamic change in the way things are flowing? And I think, yeah, CERN does have to do with it. In fact, that being said, did you see where CERN is shutting down until 2030? Which is really interesting, because if y'all read the UN, it's 2030, and I own nothing, and I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
That is like the year that paper was written to actually come to its peak. And that is the year that CERN is supposed to switch back on again. But she's off. She's offline until 2030 at this point.
And they're building it bigger.
So what's all the stuff?
Faster.
What, they've just fired all the staff? Or what?
They're rebuilt. They're going underground deeper and making it faster. They're actually modernizing it more. So they said.
CERN is just an organisation. I'm not sure what you specifically.
The actual LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, has been shut down until 2030. So the LHC is offline. And again, it makes me think, because again, we've had the announcement Q quantum computing that Trump dropped 2 weeks ago. And you notice how it got blown over. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. That was a huge announcement. That is basically admitting that we have quantum systems online. And nobody wants to talk about it.
And
we do, Mark.
And it says, no, it doesn't exist. It's a
no, I again, because of my research over the last since about 2019, 2018, it would suggest that quantum computing is still in extremely infant stage.
No,
early days.
It's not. It's not, Mark. Our NSA has had a quantum system since 2014 at least, because they went public with it in 2014. That the NSA had a computer.
How well developed is it? How well is it
Mark,
in use,
if it was
in production usage?
If it was in the news, if they did an article in 2014, it was already well developed.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's most likely,
news, as we know. Sorry, just as we already know, just because something's in the news doesn't mean it's actually.
Well, you're not gonna know, because they're not gonna give you the freaking TOS for it. Okay, I mean
right.
This is.
Okay, I've been looking at this on the.
You always jump on that bandwagon where you think everybody should be able to pull up the information for something that the NSA is doing.
I've been
that's
looking
not
at the commercial, the corporate.
That's not corporate. That's NSA.
Yeah, you don't have a need to know.
But again.
National security agents.
Well, and I drop back to the fact. I drop back to what I posted to you guys a couple weeks ago, that about the announcement of a secondary parallel internet that's been online since 1976. Okay, that we have no access to at all. I mean, it's on a completely different level, totally different language, a totally different internet. And again, I believe that. I 1,000% believe that.
Would that not be, technically speaking, wouldn't that be an intranet rather than internet?
No, because an intranet deals with only basically a singular module, singular location. This is multiple. In fact, it was said that there are multiple private billionaires that have access to this. Our military at the highest ranks has access to it. Okay, and certain governments around the world have access to it.
This would be, to use the old definition, it would be the term. It would be an extranet, then a sort of hybrid.
Yes. There you go. Now, what if it was a quantum extranet, Mark? What if it was a quantum extranet?
Again, we are playing with a lot of what ifs there.
But again, it's a what if that has to be asked. Because again, our NSA claimed to have a quantum system in 2014, and they would never have done that if it wasn't out of date.
Right.
They would never have done that.
No.
Yep.
Okay,
If they're telling us about it, it's out of date, and they're ready to go corporate with it.
Doing what's Google, Nvidia, I can't remember these.
Well, see,
couple of
it has to
smaller
do.
companies.
It has to do with people who don't believe in things. Because, like with him, and it's even with Brian last time we were on. Okay, like Brian believes in the secret space program. He believes in freaking all of that stuff. But when I mention like element 110, he goes, "Oh, we don't have the capacity to do that."
Right.
Are you serious, dude? You believe in the secret space program and freaking going to the future and all this shit, but you don't think that they have the ability to create element 110?
Yep. And you don't think movies like Iron Man, where he's making a new element, you don't think that has some type of factual definition behind it?
Right.
I mean, again, Hollywood has always told, yes, they've always been that little vehicle. And before Hollywood, it was radios, War of the Worlds. I mean, and before that, it was books. So again, the Bible. I mean, there are tons of ways that soft disclosure has been used historically. And like I said, I am the type of person that says, well, wait a minute. If there's a parallel internet that's been running since 1976, nobody has access to it, but very specific people, that means it's impenetrable. If it is impenetrable, that means it's not like our internet at all. So if that is the case, what other type of internet have we been talking about that's a buzzword that's going to become something that's going into the private sector relatively soon? What would that be? That would be a quantum internet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and don't forget, all right, all data centers are considered military installations.
Yep. And
now,
why would he do that?
When they did that, that's going to link all those data centers to that quantum computer or computers. Okay?
Yep.
How much power, how much processing, how much of everything else is going to be taken over when that happens? Oh, where's Raphael when we need him? Skynet.
He's probably listening, but I know he jumped on earlier, but he is actually out. He's got boys' cigar night tonight. And he's like, he kept saying to me, are you sure you don't want to go? I'm like, no, thank you. Goodbye. Get out. I really don't want to go to a cigar bar. I don't like cigar bars. But it's that's a man thing. Go do your man bonding thing. I'm fine.
Come on, David, let's go.
I'm just breaking my mind's account. And last time I did a review was a year ago. Actually, 2025, July. And I was talking about things like Google Willow and Microsoft Major and Psi Quantum Corporation and Atom Computing Inc. And these are, and I'm looking at it from a commercial, a corporate sort of background. And these are the leaders in the field.
Well, Mark, look at it this way. 10 years ago, actually, about 10 years ago, if somebody had come to you and said, hey, they're using CRISPR technology in vaccinations. They're using cloning technology in vaccinations. Would you have believed them?
When it came to cloning, possibly, because 10 years ago, well, wasn't it about 15 years ago that all of the sheep?
Actually, it was longer than that. It was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Was it rough?
Time ago.
I'm getting old.
But it was something, you see, you're a rule follower, though. And it was something that, hell, even still on the worldwide level, it is mainly banned. So 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, if you said cloning, the first response was absolutely not. It's banned by the UN. Yet, they had mRNA technology in labs and being worked on in private labs, no less, since 2011 that we can track.
It's also banned in certain countries. I believe the UK at this present moment have got legislation to stop.
I was going to say, we have the same legislation going. In fact, what's his face? Robert Kennedy. put it into effect to ban the mRNA. And why? Because now they're reading the VAERS reports. Oopsie! Everybody who got the booster ended up with like turbo cancer. Whoops! Not like we didn't tell them that. Not like a Nobel Prize winner didn't tell them that in 2021 that these shots were going to cause, like, the body bags wouldn't be able to cover. They didn't have enough.
But they weren't allowed to say it on MSM. You know,
they revoked this guy's Nobel Prize for saying it.
Yeah.
And he was one of the developers of the technology. So it's like, you know, again, people got laughed at and people didn't believe it because they were told that cloning technologies were not legal. Yet, again, it's been used. It's like stem cell technology. Oh, can't do stem cell, you know, actual real good stem cell replacement in the United States. In the US, you cannot go have stem cell surgery and use your own stem cells. Nope. You have to have donor stem cells. You cannot use your own stem cells. You have to go to Mexico if you want to have a surgery and use your own stem cells. Okay? Now, they say, why is that? Well, because that is actually banned in the United States. Really? So, let me get this right. Stem cell technology, for the most part, except for certain exceptions within surgeries, are not medically viable in the United States. They're not covered by pretty much any insurance here.
But
okay.
What about about them? You know, when babies are born, they walk away.
Placenta.
The stem cells. So,
yep.
No,
and they harvest them, and they give you a very hard time if you want to keep your placenta. I can tell you that. They make it very hard for a woman to keep her own placenta anymore. Once upon a time, they throw them all in that biohazard bin. You know how it works, Vic.
Do you ever watch Coneheads?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say, dude.
Wow.
They'll let you keep it all, dude. Just take and bite that sucker, dude. And I mean, they won't come near you. You just take it home with you.
I was actually, funny enough, I was reading a article on pate and centers. You know
what I think the difference is between you and maybe Roger and I, Mark? I don't believe in the word impossible. I do not believe in it. I think it's a misnomer.
No, I disagree. I don't believe in the word impossible for most things, but I also believe in the word regulation.
But you believe in the word regulation as it applies to general citizenry, not as it applies to people in power and money.
I was about ready to spit coffee out of my nose for that one because that is Mark
law. Without fear or favor, without the law is blind in this.
Not blind. You are regulation, dude. Regulation. It doesn't matter. It's not blindness. It's not freaking directions. It has to be regulation. Everything.
Well, again, I admire Mark. I actually admire him for that.
Than others.
Yeah.
I admire, that's actually, he's honorable. I love that about Mark, but I also kind of look at it as, okay, that's kind of, you're like a child still in school, where you're being told by the teacher and you must believe what the teacher says, but 90% of the time the teacher has no clue what the hell they're talking about.
Well, again, some of us do on church on these things.
I understand, but again, you're talking, you say that all the time. This is, these are things that, there are laws in effect, there are boundaries in place, but honey, those, as they've proven time and time and time again, there were laws against using any type of, genetic materials in vaccines that were hard and in play for decades. And one virus comes along and suddenly those laws never existed, even though in the United States, our own intelligence operations were saying that these things were dead. Anything that dealt with mRNA could not be. No, it was actually a national security risk. And that was in 2016. They actually did a whole paper on it. But no, COVID hits and suddenly all those laws went into the crapper and we had these wonderful mRNA vaccines that were going to save everybody. And now we got people dropping dead left and right from heart diseases, kidney failure, blood clots, stroke, and what was the other one? Yes, turbo cancer.
And they found those in the military.
Not all of those victims, casualties, are casualties of any particular vaccine. Some of them could be heart attacks, could be down to, after all, the US got one of the worst obesity rates in the world.
Well, you already did that.
Mexico beats the pants off the U.S. Actually, Mexico beats the pants off the U.S. in obesity rates, and they don't have near the problems we are having right now.
He already knows that's not true. We did a show with Mr. Robot on this, and believe it or not, Australia has a higher obesity rate than we do. We're like at number 10, I believe.
I was going to say, Mexico beat the pants off us, especially when they went GMO. They exploded with obesity.
But they got also the mayors, they were testing the military people, and they aren't fat. And they were having all of these problems. I mean, you just look at testing the military after they forced them to take the jab. And that's where you see it all. And they're not fat people, they're young, healthy people.
Well, again, I think they just released the report yesterday. They just released it, and it's a vetted report that states that this doctor did a case study. And every single case, bar none, like there was no deviation. It was every single case he studied. It was people who had died of turbo cancer. That's what he was studying. Every single one that died had gotten boosted in vaccination.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one. And it was the one thing, he said it was the one commonality across the board. Every single patient he studied with turbo cancer had not just one vaccination. They were vaccinated and they had one booster. And that's damning.
The kill shot was in the boosters.
It is absolutely damning. And that's why, like a lot of people, I thank my stars that my parents never got boosted. They got the first shot under Trump, and they never got another one. And it was because they were old school. My mother said, I've never heard of a vaccine where you had to keep getting boosters. I was like, Mom, do you get a flu shot every year? Because they choked you with that.
Yeah.
And they didn't explain to you that the whole reason there's 1.5 billion different strains of flu is because of the stupid vaccine. Each time they vaccinate, they create a new strain because people's bodies mutate the strain within the vaccine and then the strain that's going around. And it breeds a new strain. It's a pharmaceutical, cash cow.
It's just like
Literally.
AIDS. AIDS is the same way. They got it at freaking undetectable, and they still haven't got a cure. They just keep feeding these people this pill that makes it undetectable, so that freaking they can make money off of it. They can cure freaking AIDS tomorrow.
AZT. Yep, and that was another Fauci thing. AIDS. I can't even get into it. Yep, I was going to say, guys, it's time for us to say goodnight. Join us next week for another rowdy and fun time on the Vixen's Vault. Larry, have a great evening, and I'll talk to you later about that arm bracelet that you're making for me. I love you. All right, guys, with that, we're out of here. We'll talk to you next week. Same bad time, same bad channel on the Vixen's Vault.
Good night.
All right. Great show.
Dude, it's true. I get mad that they pushed that vaccine the way they did, and I get mad that people are.
My mom had a massive heart attack, and that's how she passed away this year. And I believe that's what it was from. And my dad has Alzheimer's. He was always sharp as a tack, and now, I mean, it wasn't until after they started giving jabs that, and my mother had it too. Alzheimer's, but she passed from a heart attack. Now he's kind of like a vegetable, barely getting around.
Well, look at my dad. My dad was fine before he had his surgery. I told you guys, he was the last operation they did before they shut down for COVID, and they threw him out of the hospital. He had back surgery. He ended up going septic because his home health care workers wouldn't go within 6 feet of him. My mother was trying to change out his catheter. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts.
Well, we're going to get cut off any sec. But
all right.
But anyway,
Love you
I just want to
guys.
let you know if we do get cut off, that's why.
Yep. But I mean, literally, my dad is full blown dementia now. He did. There was no sign of it before the surgery. No sign of it before the vaccination. So it's and my poor mother. I feel so. I mean, I'm down there several times a week helping her because she's 80 some odd years old, trying to take care of this man who. Oh, that's the weird thing, Vic. I wanted to ask you about that. He's been getting up in the middle of the night. Like if he gets up in the day.
All right, folks. That was the Vixen's Vault, and I'm looking for someone to host out to. Let's see who we got here. Let's host over to Donna Bunny. All right, I haven't hosted over to her in such a long time, so I'm gonna host over to her. All right. So stick around, folks. More to come with our friends. So let's help out and let me look. And host over to Donna Bunny. Let's see here. Nope, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate each and every one of you. It's been great.